We live? Are we live? Is this microphone on? Are we live? I never know these days. It's Mr. Funny. Mr. Funny with all of the stalkers. How many? All of them. Let me double check. Let me see if I'm live. It's Mr. Funny. Alright, looks like I'm live. You know what that means. Uh-oh. Alright. Looks like I'm still alive for now. Look at that. You know what that means. Alright. Yo, you don't even have to call the FBI. The FBI snitching on themselves. The FBI snitching on themselves. Yo, the FBI is snitching on themselves. You don't even need to call the FBI. The FBI snitching. The FBI call the FBI on the FBI. The FBI be like, hello, FBI. They be like, yeah, this is the FBI. They be like, this is the FBI too. FBI be like, yo, we snitching on ourselves to each other. They be like, you gonna arrest me? You gonna arrest me? Who gonna arrest me? I'm the FBI. FBI be like, FBI want to put handcuffs on themselves. FBI want to put handcuffs on themselves. Yo. Yo, they hit me with the whammies the second I get started. They hit me with the whammies the second I get started. Look at the FBI snitching on themselves. Yo, am I still alive? I never know these days. Alright, it looks like it. Oh man. Let's just go ahead and do this. Oh. And boom, we're live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew here to welcome you to another episode of the Andrew Groszewski Experience. Is going to be episode 866. I don't even know what. Plantsy. Plantsy. Like a Rainbow Six video game. It's Plantsy. What are we doing? Just stare at the pretty colors for a while. You know what I mean? You know, the sun ain't even out yet, so you know I got the coffee going. You know I got the coffee going. The sun ain't even out yet. You know what I mean? What are we doing? I'll make you sit there and wait. I'll make you beg for it. Yo, am I still live? I never know these days. I never know these days. Let me see. Nice. Looks like I'm still live. What's happening, yo? Yo. Yo. What's going on in the world? What's going on in the world, man? It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I had to, you know what I mean, feed the pigs. It's been a minute since I fed y'all pigs. You know what I'm saying? What's going on in the world? I think the only thing that's really happened is like Pragamata is almost coming out. Let me see where we at. Here we go. Yeah, Pragamata's almost coming out. And like Jam dropped on Guilty Gear. Little baddie Jam. Little baddie Jam. You know what I mean? But like, ain't nothing even happened. Like seems like the only thing that's happening these days is whatever's going on. You know what I'm about to do. We're gonna get to the video edits. We're gonna get to the video edits. You know what I mean? But I'm just here to catch up with y'all. I'm just here to catch up with y'all. You know what I mean? Let's play catch up. Let's play catch up. Some of y'all are so far behind. Some of y'all are so far behind. Like, it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous how far behind some of y'all are. I'd be like, how did they make it this far? They're so far behind. There we go. Oh dang. Why the picture gotta be named that? Why the picture gotta be named that? I like my ad revenue, don't do that to me. The picture got a word on. You ever saved the image and then the image file name? It got a word in it. You're like, why that word is in that image file name? Oh dang. Oh, get out of here. Hold on. You know what I'm about to do. You know what we're doing. We're catching up. We're catching up. We're playing catch up. Yo, there's like nothing going on in the world. And like, you know what I mean? How long has it been since I've seen y'all? How long has it been since I've seen y'all? And there still ain't nothing going on in the world. Like Jam came out. Jam came out. She bad. She bad. You know what? Let's just watch the Jam trailer just for, you know what I'm saying? Just for funsies. You know what I mean? Just so I could lube y'all up. You know what I mean? Who am I, Ice Cube? Who am I, Ice Cube? No. Check me out, I'm not even iced coffee. I'm not even iced coffee. Yo. It's coffee hot. It's coffee hot, that's why it takes so long. That's why it takes so long to be drinking it, man. The coffee's so hot. I'm not even iced coffee. Alright, check me out. What are we doing? Jam. Curador, but what? How do you spell that last name? She got more syllables in her last name than I do. Here we go. Oh dang, got whammies on the jam trailer. Oh, it's IGN. Come on, man, give me that Arc System Works, man. Give me the Arc System Works trailer. I'm trying to give the right people the right plays. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to give the right people the right plays. It's not to be confused with giving the left people the left plays. There we go. Oh, starter guide? That's not what I'm looking for. What do I look like? Some guy who breaks down fighting game videos? Acts like I know what I'm talking about? But what do I look like to you? Arc System Works, where's your jam trailer? I don't even know how to spell trailer correctly. There we go. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's it. Yo, am I still alive? I never know these days. I might not be. I might not be. Yo, did the live already get cut? Did the live already get cut on YouTube? I don't know. It's just an hour behind on YouTube. That's crazy. Alright. We're gonna get to the jam trailer. Then we're gonna catch up some more. Alright. See, I'll be doing this live. Hold on. I didn't hear the English trailer. They're chasing rabbits. Look at the rabbit eating peaches. Nose deep. Rabbit is nose deep in that peach.
This long-eared little mooch is what I got instead of a handsome thief. Only food goes on the plate. Only food makes a chef. No matter who I serve, I can put the same smile on their face. When I get knocked down, I get back up.
I'll be honest, I don't think I ever heard Jam talk before. I didn't know she was so regular. Alright. I think we're all caught up with everything that's happened. I think we're all caught up with everything that's happened in the world. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Super Mario dropped too, right? The second movie, the second Super Mario movie. Shout out to the second Super Mario movie. I heard it went well. Uh-oh. Dang. We're just playing catch up. Ain't nothing happening in the world. Ain't nothing happening in the world, man. In the world of media, art, entertainment, ain't nothing really happening. Ain't nothing really happening. My algorithm got dumb stuff on it. My algorithm got dumb stuff on it. Hold on. Let's make sure I crop this correctly. You know what I mean? I don't want to deny your girl being able to see me. You know what I mean? On the safe for work ad roll. Yo. Ain't nothing happening in the world. Except people not listening to me. Except people not listening to me. How'd that work out for you? How'd that work out for you? You're not listening to me. All of you not listening to me. How'd that work out for you? It didn't work out too well for you, did it? Didn't work out. It didn't work out for you. You see? Don't worry, we're gonna get to the video edits. We're just playing catch up. You know, some of y'all so far behind. Like, yo, I'm seeing like top tier players that are like 4 years behind. I'm seeing top tier players that are like 5 years behind. Yo, FBI snitching on themselves, yo. FBI snitching on themselves. Yo, that's how dumb. You know, that's the real worry about like uneducated people and like you know what I mean. People are like less and less educated. They don't know cursive. They don't know how to say their name. They don't know how to read their name. They don't even know what their name is. They don't know nothing about themselves. They be like, yo, everything is a spectrum. My name is a spectrum. Like everybody got everything, right? Like don't nobody know nothing about themselves no more. And then they're gonna be put into a position of power eventually, someday when they grow up. Like, isn't that like the scariest thing? Isn't that like the scariest thing? Yeah. Yeah. Yo, am I still alive? I never know these days. I never know these days. I gotta check like every 5 seconds. I was just live on the Patreon yesterday. G Mr. Drew on Patreon. Join that commission tier. Be a part of those exclusive live streams. I've been killing it. I've been killing it on the live streams. Check me out. Yo, if you got the epileptic, you know what I'm saying? Close your eyes. Check me out. Check me out. Yo, I'm killing it. I'm killing it on Patreon. You know, G Mr. Drew on Patreon. I'm killing it. G Mr. Drew on Patreon right now. You gotta join the commission tier. Get that commission exclusive. Look, I'm killing it. You know what I mean? I gotta protect these things. You know what I mean? For the patrons. This is how much I love y'all. Dang. Dang, see the fed slop that I be feeding y'all? This is the fed slop I be feeding y'all. Y'all ain't seen nothing since I drew Buddy with that white snakeskin jacket. Dang, man. Y'all like 5 years behind, y'all. Y'all are like 5 years behind. Juicy. Y'all like 5 years behind. Yeah, ain't nothing going on in the world. You ain't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? It didn't work out too well, did it? See? Check me out. Oh, dang, I got a map that got like labels on it now. They got like pictures and words and letters. It's not just pretty colors. Yo. You ain't listen to me how it work out for you. It ain't work out for you, did it? Now I got the FBI snitching on itself. I got the FBI and the police snitching on themselves. I got snitches on themselves. Snitches be like, hello? Snitch be like, yo, I'm a snitch. The rats be like, yo, I got rats and snitches is like, wait, which one are you? Are you the rat or are you the snitch? Yo, you ain't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? I don't even need high resolution. I don't even need high resolution. Look at this. See? Like, this is how you know you've been there too long. When I know where you at now, with as bad as geography as I am, you know what I mean? I'm worse at geography than I am at English. You know what I mean? I'm worse at geography than I am at English. Oh, is that where that comedy festival was? Is that where they did the comedy festival? Dang. Look at that. Dang, they did a comedy festival right there. That's crazy. Wait, I don't know if y'all can see my mouse. I don't know if y'all can see my mouse. That little mousy. Little mousy. Hold on. Yo. Oh. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. What are we, half hour in? 40 minutes in. Come on. Already. The second I get ready. The second I get ready to slap some color on the screen for y'all. I'm an artist. I draw pictures. I like my ad revenue. Don't do that. This ain't one of them. I draw pictures. I'm just drawing pictures. That's all. I ain't write them words. I ain't write them words. What am I doing? Yo, you ain't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? I heard it's not going too well. Don't worry. Don't worry. Daddy's here to save you. You know what I mean? Because the feds failed, the police failed, CIA failed. You know what I mean? I heard your right hand man got they were negging him on stage. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be careful with the prefix of that word. They were negging him on stage. You know what I mean? Neg on his face. Neg on his face. Yo, you ain't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? Sweet. Look. See, now I already gave you Plan A. Plan A was a beautiful plan. You know, Plan A, you put fat on the body, and then when you take fat off the body, the fat comes off of the body in the reverse order that you put it on. You know what I mean? What is the end goal here? What is the end goal here? What is the end goal here? If the end goal isn't world peace, then I think, you know what I mean? Somebody need to stand up and somebody need to say something. Somebody need to stand up and somebody need to say something. Yo, they did a comedy festival right there. See, now you can see where I was talking about. They did a comedy festival right there. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know that. See, this is why I don't pay attention to, you know what I mean, geography. You know what I mean? Like when God was stitching me up, he said geometry, not geography. You know, God like set his glasses down and he grabbed the geometry. He grabbed the geometry joint, and then it was like, that's geography, right? And then, you know, stitched me up and then put me on a carrier pigeon or something like that. Like, see, this is why you don't want me to pay attention to nothing, yo. Yo, you ain't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. They did a comedy festival right there. How'd it go? How'd it go? You ain't listen to me. See, Plan A was... Plan A still on the table. That's why Plan A is so good. Plan A is always going to be on the table. It's fail-proof. So you could still go for Plan A. I gave you Plan B as, you know what I mean, as an audible. You ain't listen to me. How it work out for you? It ain't work out too well. I heard it didn't work out too well. What was Plan B? Plan B was, you know what I mean, Plan BBB, you know, because the only way to stop a BB is with a BBB. Remember, that was Plan B, and then you didn't listen to me, and now I hear you got it backwards. Now I hear you got it backwards. I ain't even gonna say, man, it's all of you. It's all of you. I hear top tier people that's 5 years behind, yo. Top tier people, S-class people is 5 years behind. FBI snitching on themselves, yo. Yo. They did a comedy festival right there. Check me out. I don't even need high definition for this. You ain't listen to Plan A. Plan A is always going to be on the table for you. You lucky I gave that one to you. I gave you Plan B. You ain't listen to Plan B. You know what I mean? You ain't listen to Plan B. It didn't work out for you again. Try again, Moresoka. Plan C. Alright? I got Plan C for you. It's playing catch up. We playing catch up. You know, playing catch up. Check me out. Because there's S-class people and top tier players that are 5 years behind, and the FBI is snitching on themselves. FBI fail. CIA fail. Local PD fail. Yo, they did a comedy festival right there. I'm gonna go pixels on you. I'm gonna go pixels on you. Look at that. Look at that. Alright. See, now you know you done messed up, right? Like, I gave y'all plan A, I gave y'all plan B. You ain't listen to me. It didn't work out for you. When you gonna learn to listen to me? You know what I mean? We're gonna get to the video edits. I'm just drawing pictures here. I like my ad revenue. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yo, I heard you got it all the way twisted now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't listened to me, it didn't work out for you with plan B. Plan B was just an audible to plan A, you know? Now I gotta come up with plan C, which is just an audible to you failing to listen to me for plan B. Man, you messed up plan B so bad. You got the reverse. You got the reverse. You was supposed to go to the 5-year-old emperor of China. You was supposed to go to the 5-year-old emperor of China and say, I brought you a beef and bean burrito, plan BBB. And then they were supposed to show you how camels hump. Okay? 2,000-year armistice with brick and mortar percentages. You ain't listen to me. Brick and mortar, logistics and water. Check me out. I'm gonna keep. I wonder if I can move this like this. Alright. I mean, we all know how accurate maps are. We all know how accurate maps are. See, Plan BBB dealt with, you know, there's a canal somewhere. Yo, shout out to Mousy. Shout out to Mousy. Look at me repping the Mousy, the Dragon Slayer. Look at me repping Mousy, the Dragon Slayer over here. What's up, Mousy? What's up, Mousy? Yo, Mousy about to get a Mauser. Mousy about to get a Mauser. So somewhere in here they built a canal. I want to say it was probably right here. You know what I mean? Like somewhere along like the thinnest spot. That would have been. Come on, don't do that. You coming back? Look at you coming back. Look at you coming back. Time to feed the pigs. So they got a they probably built a canal somewhere around here where it's like the thinnest. We know how accurate maps are. Now how many pixels is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pixels? Okay. So we built a canal that's 7 pixels according to this however accurate map. Dang. Yo. That thing almost looked like a dragon. Look at that. It almost looked like a dragon, like it's like rah on that side, and then it kind of got like an arm here, and then another arm here, and then it got like the foot over here, and then it's got the other foot back here. It's almost like a dragon. Look at that thing that almost looked like a dragon. Then it got the tail with the fur. Got the tail with the fur, with the fur. Look at that. That looked like a dragon. Look at that. Look at that. It looked like a dragon. Alright, so how many pixels was that? Like 7? It's like 7 pixels. Okay. You know what I mean? Oh, dang. I know where I'm at on the map. See, this is how you know you messed up. I'm giving you plan C. It's plan catch up because some of y'all S tier players, top tier players, you know what I mean? Y'all are 5 years behind. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You know what I mean? Like, I grew up on some of these people. My parents respect y'all. I'm starting to lose respect for my parents because my parents show respect to people that I don't have respect for because y'all are 5 years behind. So now I gotta give y'all Plan C, playing catch up. You know what I mean? So, yo, they did a comedy show over here. Anyway, so let's highlight this area real quick. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give you Plan C. I heard you got Plan B so twisted that instead of having the 5-year-old emperor show you how camels hump after you brought them a beef and bean burrito, check me out. I don't know nothing about nothing. That was a 7-pixel canal. At least if they did put the canal in the thinnest land mass area of that dragon shaped country. You know what I mean? So where do we got? I mean, right here it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pixels. That means right here is only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pixels. And then that means that right here is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Check that out. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna give you Plan C. See, I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't care nothing about nothing. I'm just drawing pictures. I'm just drawing pictures. I like my ad revenue. Don't do that. I'm just drawing pictures. Checking to make sure I'm still alive. I never know these days. I never know these days. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't care nothing about nothing. If your end goal is not world peace, then what are we doing? This is why everybody mad. This is why you got Plan B so twisted. You got the reverse order. Instead of having the 5-year-old emperor of China show you how camels hump, you got the 5-year-old emperor of China saying like, yo, I'm pointing my finger at you. Like he giving you the finger, you know what I mean? Like, but not that finger. He giving you the other finger, just the regular one. He giving you the regular finger, the one that they, you know what I mean? They used to do like the Salem witch trials with and stuff like that. You got the 5-year-old Chinese emperor giving you the Salem witch trials finger. Cause you got Plan B. You ain't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? I don't care nothing about nothing. I'm just drawing pictures. I like my ad revenue. Do not do that. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't know any of these people. I don't know this person. I don't even know. I'm so bad at geography. So a little bird told me. A little bird told me. You know what I mean? 2 things. That like right here is super important. No, it's not. Another little bird told me that right here is important. If you say so. You know what I mean? Yo, they did a comedy special right there. See, the last time I checked, like, they got something going on right here. I don't know nothing about nothing. Maybe it's like, you know, like the Great Wall. Maybe it's like a Great Wall, and then they got like guard towers on it. You know, They got like guard towers on that wall, and then those, you know, those guard towers, they got like lights on it or something, you know, so that way they can kind of keep an eye on it and monitor it and all that other stuff. And then they even got, they even put mans on it. They even put mans on it. You know what I mean? They were like, yo, put mans on it. Like maybe that's like the situation over there. And then there's something like a door, like it opens up. Sometimes it is ajar, and then sometimes it is not ajar, right? So I hear that there's like a situation like that going on over here. And then like everybody's so scared in this world, not just be standing back laughing. You know what I mean? Cause I'm like, do we not know? Do we not know? Do we not know? A Juno no? You know that song? A Juno no? Who was that? The Drink Champ? Who was that? The Drink Champ? A Juno no? Yo. So, like, I don't know these people. I don't know these people. So what? Like, now here's the thing. Staring at all these letter shapes. Staring at all these letter shapes. I'm guessing the only people, the only places that would find this area important is going to be you know, this place. I don't know these people. How is the falafel there? I don't know these people, but how is the falafel? Can somebody get Anthony Bourdain on it? Yo, top tier players are 5 years behind. Can somebody get Anthony Bourdain on there to come tell me how good the falafel is there? You know what I mean? The caramel colored falafel. How is the caramel colored falafel there? Yo, you didn't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? I hear it didn't work out too well. You know what I mean? Just send me a nice big red phone. Just send me a nice big red phone, put me on retainer, pay me half. You know what I'm saying? Hit me up and be like, yo, I got an idea, but I actually want it to work out. Just gotta double check, make sure I'm still alive. You never know these days. Did you know the FBI is snitching on itself? Seems like the CIA ain't that eye. So, yeah, the only people that would find that, like, important would be, like, these places. Yo, shout out to Mousy. Shout out to Mousy. Shout out to Mousy. Like, I don't even know these people. Like, I don't even know if there's a... If I'm supposed to be drawing a line there. I don't even know those people. So, if I understand things correctly, I would say... We're cool over here, right? It's cool breeze over there. You know what I mean? You can go over there and give them a hug. It's cool breeze over there, I think. You know what I mean? What do I know? I don't know these people. I don't know nothing. I'm just drawing pictures. And then over here is something like that. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. So, if it's cool over here, but it's not cool over here, and I don't know. If this area right here is so important. You know what I mean? Like, and then you got everybody in the world. Everybody in the world is scared. Everybody in the world is mad. Everybody in the world is upset. Everybody like, oh my God, oh my God. You know what I mean? Like, everybody is just, everybody is like not happy, right? Because we got a silly little pinch point right there. It's like a pinch point. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Check me out. Look at those small hands. You gotta have smaller hands, but that's what I'm doing. Look at those small hands. Look at those small hands. Yo, that girl got small hands. She could sing though. She could sing though. Look at that. You got like a little pinch point right there. You got a little pinch point. Aw. Aw. Got a little pinch point right there. Everybody's so scared. So if that is such a big deal, if that little pinch point is like the only basis of argument, and we're cool over here, but we're not cool over here. You didn't want to listen to plan B, now you got to listen to plan C. You see? Then why don't you just make like a dragon. Make like a dragon. And go ahead and do that. Y'all so busy trying to slay dragons, ain't slayed nothing. Slaying your own peoples. Slaying your own peoples. You'd be like, yo, you can have that. You could be like, yo, you can have that. That's all you have to do. You just have to say, yo, you can have that. You know what I mean? You didn't want to go to the 5-year-old emperor of China and be like, yo, I brought you a beef and bean burrito so you could show me how camels hump. So that 5-year-old emperor of China could go ahead and be like, I'm gonna show you how camels hump, so you could end up with a big old box of grease. You ain't gonna know what to do with it. You ain't want to listen to me. How'd that work out for you? Now you got them, instead of having a big old box of grease, you don't know what to do with it. Now you got the 5-year-old emperor sitting there pointing at you like a Salem witch trial. You ain't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? Now I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm just drawing pictures over here. But yeah, you could just post up where it's cool. You can post up with your feet up where it's cool. When I spoke about it, what was it been, like a month or so now? When I spoke about it, I said, just like you can never truly get rid of all the fat, right? You will never truly get rid of all of the war, right? But what I tell you, like anytime, like if you follow plan A and then you know what I mean, get towards the end of it, by the end of it, yeah, war is going to pop up every single day. But you just got to feed them a milk and honey popsicle, go give them 5 minutes to think about what they did, sit in the corner, give them a little party hat on their head, you know what I'm saying, with the milk and honey popsicle, think about what you did in the corner. And then just wait for the next day when another war pop up, and then rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. You handle it in real time with the quickness, you know what I mean, instead of with the slowness. Y'all so slow. Top tier players are so slow. Like S ranked players are so slow. I am not impressed. I'm not impressed. Plan C. You could sit up with your feet up where it's cool. And then go tell where it's not cool, but like, yo, you can have that. That's what you want? Have that. You can have that. You know what I mean? Because we got this one over here. This one right here, this one ours. And then when they're busted, broke little door, you know what I mean? They don't have the WD-40 for it no more. So then the door don't open no more. The door just stays closed. It's not ajar no more. The door is no longer ajar. And the reality sets in. Now what? Now what? You ain't want to listen to me. How'd that work out for you? Just give me a big, fancy red phone. Put me on retainer. Pay me half. Hit me up. Be like, yo, I got an idea, but I actually want it to work. Alright. Nice. Am I still alive? I never know anymore. I mean, needless to say, if you don't impress me. Nah, this ain't the one I'm looking for. Where the one I'm looking for? Here we go. Here we go. I'm just gonna start reading. I do it live. You know what I'm saying? I do it live, so I'm just gonna start reading. I want to see if this thing is gonna say anything that I'm looking for. And then, you know what I mean, I'll provide commentary. I'll provide commentary if I feel, you know, the want and the need. Shout out to Wikipedia. I have donated to Wikipedia in the past, you know. Wikipedia, Panama Canal, you know, grain of salt and all that. Dang, look at my haters. Look at my haters. My haters don't want you to stare at the pretty colors. My haters don't want you to stare at the pretty colors. It says everything that you need to know about them. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the video edits. We're just playing catch up. We got top tier players is 5 years behind. Panama Canal. Brought to you by Wikipedia. Read by yours truly. What's up, girl? The Panama Canal. In Spanish, it's called Canal de Panama. Is an artificial 82 artificial is a real artificial, you know what I mean? It's not like one of them fake artificials, you know. I'm also hearing that like AI, artificial intelligence is artificial itself. That's crazy. 82-kilometer 51-mile waterway in Panama. 51 miles, that's at 7 pixels that I was highlighting for you. So, what was that on the map? The Emiratis, we're talking 50 miles, bruh. We're talking 50 miles, bruh. Waterway in Panama that connects the Caribbean Sea with the Pacific Ocean. See, you're not going to be connecting the Caribbean Sea with the Pacific Ocean. You're going to be connecting the, you can have that with them. It cuts across the narrowest point of the Isthmus of Panama and is a conduit for maritime trade between the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Locks at each end lift ships up to Gatun Lake. What does that even mean? Locks at each end. That's crazy. Locks at each end lift ships up to Gatun Lake. Oh no, I ain't never even heard of that one. An artificial freshwater lake. Dang, is that artificial lake involved? I didn't know that. 26 meters, 85 feet above sea level. Created by damming the Chagres, Chagres. It's like progress, but Chagres. You know what I mean? That's that one girl from Naruto. Cha. That's her whole anthem. Her whole anthem is Chagres. She's chagressing. Created by damming the Chagres River and Lake Alajuela. Yo, shout out to Abuela. To reduce the amount of excavation work required for the canal. So, you know what I mean? We already got engineers that figured out a long time ago how to like even reduce the amount of excavation work that's necessary. You know what I mean? But like, yo, Emiratis, Yeah, this Emiratis. Yo, we don't even need to excavate all that much. Word. Locks then lower the ships at the other end. The original lock are 33.5 meters, that's 110 feet, wide and allow the passage of Panamax ships. Panamax, really? A third wider lane of locks was constructed between September 2007 and May 2016. The expanded waterway began commercial operation on the 26th of June 2016. That's when people had hope, right? That's when people had hope. But, and then they typed in the code and destroyed Elpis or something like that. The new locks allow for the transit of larger Neo-Panamax ships. You know what I mean? Now we're talking like Akira, Neo-Tokyo levels of canal over here. An average of 200 million liters, that's 52 million US gallons, of fresh water is used in a single passing of a ship. The canal is threatened by low water levels during droughts. See what I'm saying? And I bet we got engineers today that can look at that engineering process and be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't even gotta be all that. We could do it like this and like that and like this, and the Panama Canal shortcut greatly reduces the time for ships to travel between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, enabling them to avoid the lengthy, hazardous route around the southernmost tip of South America via the Drake Passage. Really? The Strait of Magellan. The Strait of Magellan. That's how you spell Magellan. The Strait of Magellan, or the Beagle Channel. Beagle Channel? Yo, who's coming up with these names? Yo, these are like little superhero names. You know, failed superheroes of the 1950s. Its construction was one of the largest and most difficult engineering projects ever undertaken. Since its inauguration on the 15th of August 1914. Yeah, so we did that. We inaugurated it in 1914, and it's over 100 years since then. It's over 110 years. You put 10% on it. Yo, like, get out of here. You know, the engineers is looking at that like, yo, we could do this and we could do that and we could do this, and the canal was succeeded in shortening maritime communication in time and distance, invigorating maritime and economic transportation by providing a short and relatively inexpensive transit route between the two oceans, decisively influencing global trade patterns, boosting economic growth in developed and developing countries, as well as providing the basic impetus for economic expansion in many remote regions of the world. Meaning, not only did they make trade better, but they made trade more with it. Not only did they make trade better, but they made trade more. And it's been 100 years and 10% on top of that since then. You know the engineers is looking at that, and you know the engineers is looking at you. You know what I mean? You don't even need to go to a 5-year-old emperor in China no more. You could just go to the engineers in America and be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, go over there with your feet kicked up, be like, yo, Emiratis, like, psh. Anyway. Colombia, France, and later the United States controlled the territory surrounding the canal during construction. You see, when I talked about Plan BBB, Plan BBB was to talk about giving that 2,000-year armistice, a foreseeable 2,000-year armistice of peace by providing a percentage, whether it be a deficit to charging them or a, you know what I mean, giving them a little bit of a benefit of all the passings through there to the 5-year-old emperor of China. But you ain't want to did that, you know what I mean? Apparently you're not that good at what you do. You own some of it. You could have gave some of it up. That was Plan BBB, but you ain't want to do that. So now here we are talking about Plan C, playing catch up, because we got S-tier players that's 5 years behind. France began work on the canal in 1881, but stopped in 1889 because of the lack of investors' confidence due to engineering problems and high workman mortality rate. Now, I know a little bit something about that, you know, malaria breakout and all that other stuff, because they had mosquitoes the size of, you know, camels back then, and, you know, they were opening up. They had open bodies of water sitting in drums. They didn't put no lids on the drums that was holding the water, so mosquitoes that were the size of camels would just collect around those drums of water, and then the mosquitoes was going around biting everybody, and then, you know what I mean, and they were like camel size, so they were spitting on them too. The mosquitoes was even like hot to a long time ago, you know what I mean. And then France said, nah, we not gonna do this no more. Like, that's what happened. Mortality rate and all that. The US took over the project in 1904 and opened the canal in 1914. America, America. The U.S. continued to control the canal and the surrounding Panama Canal zone until Torrijos Carter Treaties. That sounds like a nice potato chip right there. Torrijos, like a Dorito chip. Torrijos Carter Treaties. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna make that bag. Torrijos. You know what I mean? Get Antonio Banderas on the commercial and be like Torrijos, and then they also get like Benicio del Toro on there. They'd be like Torrijos. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make that bag. Make that bag of chips. The Torrijos Carter. Carter must be the president from back then, but not the one that had the harmonica in his pocket though. Treaties provided for its handover to Panama in 1977. Yo, am I still alive? I never know these days. Tight. After a period of joint American-Panamanian control, the Panamanian government took control in 1999. Yo, that was like 90 years. Yo, that's the longest pass. Yo, Michael Vick ain't got nothing on that pass. Microphone Vick ain't got nothing on that pass. Yo, that's like a 95-year pass. Yo, you slid him that one for 95 years, yo. It is now managed and operated by the Panamanian government-owned Panama Canal Authority. It's probably an American company. Annual traffic has risen from about 1,000 ships in 1914 when the canal opened to 14,702 vessels in 2008, for a total of 333.7 million Panamanian Canal Universal Measurement System (PCUMS) tons. Don't know what any of that means, but it sounds like a lot. It went up 14. It went up 14 times. Are you listening, Emiratis? Emiratis, is you listening, Emiratis? You know, we talking 50 miles. We don't even need to carve up that much. We don't even need to carve up that much, 50 miles. And we're talking about a 14,000 or 14 times. 14 times? Man, you could just turn that little peninsula into an island and be like, yo, you can have that. And see what happened when they run out of WD-40 and the door don't open no more, and then they looking at, you know what I mean? Then they looking at you, Emiratis. By 2012, more than 815,000 vessels had passed through the canal. In that year, the top 5 users of the canal were the United States, China, Chile from TLC, the Japanese, you know what I mean, Hello Kitty and them, and South Korea. I don't even know what that is. In 2017, it took ships an average of 11.38 hours to pass between the canal's 2 outer locks. 11 hours. As opposed to, you know what I mean, having to sail all the way around South America. How valuable is that little pinch point? You can have that. You know what I mean? If that's your argument. That's your argument? Hold on. Hold on. Where's my camera? Where's my camera? Look at that. We telekinesic. That's your argument? Yo, I got X's that's laughing all over the place. I got X's that's laughing all over the place. That's your argument? Yo, I got S tier players that are 5 years behind. And I got X tier players that's laughing at you. I mean, because when you don't even impress me. Dun, dun, dun. The American Society of Civil Engineers has ranked the Panama Canal one of the 7 wonders of the modern world. Yo, Emiratis, you could be the 8th wonder of the world. People have been talking about the 8th wonder of the world since they made the 7th wonder of the world. After they made the 7th, everybody been claiming, it's the 8th wonder of the world, it's the 8th wonder. I'm the 8th wonder. And it ain't. Alright, what's the history? Early proposals in Panama. The idea of the Panama Canal dates back to 1513. Of Panama. Or is it like Isthmus? Like, how do you pronounce that? He wrote in his journal the possibility of a canal, but did not take action. I mean, dang, yo. Psh, you want to talk about ahead of the time? Ahead of the time. He really is Balboa. European powers soon noticed the possibility of digging a water passage between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans across the narrow land bridge between North and South America. You know, Emiratis, you'll help us carve that out. You have that little island. That little island is going to represent everything that them haters is on the other side. That little island is going to represent everything that them haters is on the other side. Call it representative island. Island represent. You see what I'm saying? The earliest proposal dates to 1534, when the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V ordered a survey for a route through the Americas in order to ease the voyage for ships traveling between Spain and Peru. In 1668, the English physician and philosopher Sir Thomas Browne specifically proposed the Isthmus de Panama as the most convenient place for such a canal. They weren't wrong. They weren't wrong. They weren't wrong. Yo, shout out to Mousy. Yo, Mousy. 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 What's up, girl? Mousy. Mousy. Mousy, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you, girl. Look at us. That's us. That's us. Dang, so that was like 100 years later. Yeah, earliest proposal 1534, and then it wasn't until 1668 that somebody from a whole nother place was like, it could work. Like that's how malnourished people were back then. Allegedly. Allegedly. Screaming allegedly. Like that's how malnourished people were. Like that scurvy hit different back then. The first attempt to make the Isthmus part of the trade route was the ill-fated Darien scheme. How Darien them? Launched by the Kingdom of Scotland, leave it to the Scots, in 1698 to 1700, which was abandoned because of the inhospitable conditions. Is those camel-sized mosquitoes that was, you know what I mean, giving everybody malaria before they even broke out the water drums. Like, yo, Scotland failed. I don't want to hear nothing about no Scotland Yard, yo. Oh man. I mean, I am Scottish. You heard that one? Have you heard that one? I am Scottish. You heard that one? In 1811, the German naturalist Alexander von Humboldt, he sounds Humboldt, published an essay on the geography of the Spanish colonies in Central America. Essai politique sur le royaume de la Nouvelle-Espagne. That's another language. Translated into English as Political Essay on the Kingdom of New Spain, containing researches relative to the geography of Mexico. New Spain containing researches relative to the geography of Mexico. Yo, Mexico was banging back then, yo. Mexico used to say like, yo, we all the way down here. Apparently. In the essay, he considered 5 possible routes for a canal across Central America, including Panama, but concluded that the most promising location was across Nicaragua, traversing Lake Nicaragua. His recommendations influenced the British to attempt a canal across Nicaragua in 1843, although this attempt in the end came to nothing. It resulted in a Clayton-Belwer Treaty of 1850 between the United Kingdom and the United States, in which the two nations bound each other to joint control of any canal built in Nicaragua, or, by implication, anywhere in Central America. Look at that, 1850? That was after we got our freedom? That was after we got our freedom. Look at us. Look at us holding hands. Had freedom and holding hands. Look at that. Look at that. Emiratis. We could both kick our feet up and hold hands while we look at the other side. Yeah, we could both kick our feet up and hold hands and just have a defense force. You know what I'm saying? We back. In 1846, the Mayarino-Bidlack Treaty. Yo, Bidlack on 4 flats. Negotiated between the U.S. and New Granada, the predecessor of Colombia. Colombia used to be called Granada? That's crazy. New Granada? Grant the United States transits rights and the right to intervene militarily in the Isthmus in 1848. The discovery of gold in California created a demand for a crossing of Panama as a practical route between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. This demand was exploited by American businessman William Henry Aspinwall. Aspinwall. Yeah, that's how. Sea to Panama City. The project cost US $8 million, 6 times the estimated cost. Emiratis, are you listening? I mean, cause last time I checked, the profits of the canal went up 14 times. The cost only went up 6 times. That means that there was still 800% profit on this project. And engineers have 100 years of history plus 10% on top of that since then to make this possible. Emiratis. You don't even need an attack force, you just need a defense force. And the lives between 6,000 and 12,000 construction workers who succumbed to tropical diseases. Those are the, camel-sized mosquitoes that was hovering around water barrels because they didn't know nothing about malaria. They didn't have microscopes, they didn't have magnifying glasses. All they had was those little telescopes that the pirates had, and all the pirates had them. You know what I mean? They was still buck wilding in the ocean back then. You know what I'm saying? The railroad too became immensely profitable for its owners. Build a railroad too, I don't care. Build a railroad too, I don't care. Build a railroad too, I don't care. You know what I mean? Maybe that's where that 5-year-old emperor can come in handy. I heard they got a history with building railroads. In 1870, the U.S. President Grant established an Interoceanic Canal Commission, which included Chief of Engineers Brigadier General Andrew A. Humphreys as its members. It commissioned several naval officers, including Commander Thomas Oliver Selfridge, Jr., to investigate the possible route suggested by Humboldt for the canal across Central America. The commission decided in favor of Nicaragua, establishing this as the preferred route amongst American policymakers. Yo, where's Nicaragua? Hold on. Like relative. Like where is Nicaragua? Let me see what these fools is talking. Oh, it's just north. I see. So their plan A was to cut across this way, like probably somewhere over here. You know what I mean? Like maybe something like that. But yeah, they wanted to go just north of it. And the thinnest area is probably like right down here at the border, or like just above that, depending, you know. Allow me to continue to read, because what they're gonna say is, nah, not Nicaragua. Just a tip. Like that's what they're gonna say. They're gonna say just a tip. A tip is a tip. French construction attempts, 1881 to 1899. This is 350 years after the initial proposal. Let's see who this is a picture of. They have a picture of a dude over here. Ferdinand de Lesseps. Ferdinand de Lesseps. You know what I mean? I bet he's so stuck up, he'd be like, nah, it's Lesseps. You know what I mean? I bet when he say his name. The French originator of the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. The French originator. Look at him. The French diplomat and entrepreneur Ferdinand de Lesseps and engineer Philippe Bonaventure were the driving forces behind the French attempts to construct the Panama Canal in 1881 to 1889. De Lesseps had made his reputation by successfully constructing the Suez Canal in 1859 and 1869, a route that had soon proved its value in international commerce. Emiratis, is you listening? Is you listening, Emiratis? Emiratis, is you listening? A route that had soon proved its value. So that eight, what was it, 8,000 times the profit? eight times the profit is gonna come quick. That you know, because it's gonna cost 6, but it's gonna make you 14. So you're gonna break. You know what I mean? You're gonna have 8 to buzz down. You know what I mean? You're gonna have 8 to buzz down. So that 8 is gonna come quick as well. After this success, he actively sought new projects. In 1875, de Lesseps was approached by the Société Civile Internationale du Canal come on, do we got it in English somewhere? Come on, man. Interoceanic. Yo, how many words is this? Hold on, I thought it was gonna be like 3 words. It's like 15 words strung together. I gotta highlight this. Hold on. Société Civile Yo, France hate me. Civile Internationale du Canal Interoceanique qui parle Yo, can I get some cheese and some wine before I say this, please? You can't pay me enough. Also known as TER Syndicate. See, TER Syndicate works so much better. See, Americans, we know how to do it. I bet it was an American that came up with that, even though the U has 2 dots over it like that. TER Syndicate. TER Syndicate. A syndicate formed to promote the building of an interoceanic canal across Panama. Its directors were Hungarian freedom fighter István Tur. Hold on, don't do that. Hold on. I was just, come on, man. I was just recovering from that 20-word French word over there. Hold on, man. You can't just throw 20-word French words at somebody. You can't do that. Hold on, man. Emiratis, is you listening to me? You know what I mean? Because Emiratis, you can make the proposal to you know who. Because you know who don't want to listen to me. So you know what I mean? Now I'm talking to both of you. Look at me playing. I'm playing both sides. Both sides is like, who's gonna draw the papers up first? Better get your timeline right. Freedom fighter István Tur. Alright, so that's a Hungarian U in the TER Syndicate. That's why the U got 2 dots over it. Got it. Financier Jacques Renick. Come on, man. And Tur's brother-in-law brother-in-law is like, yo, Lieutenant Lucien Bonaparte Weiss. Yo, they were hyphenating last names back then too. Between, yo, we got, what was the other last name back there? I recognize that one last name that was back there. Wasn't it like the Vanderbilts or something like that? There's a Vanderbilt involved. We got a Bonaparte involved. Yo, come on, yo. Come on, yo. Between 1876 and 1878, Bonaparte Weiss and Armand Reclus investigated several potential routes across the Isthmus of Panama. Bonaparte Weiss rode by horseback, and he got on the back of a horse, to Bogota, where he obtained a concession from Colombian government to build a canal across Panama. Dang, he had to go all the way to Colombia to get a pass for Panama? Oh, what was Panama doing back then? I haven't heard not one Panamanian representative in this whole article yet. This is ridiculous. Hold on now. See, this is where I come in. This is why I exist, cause you know what I mean. I gotta show up and I gotta show right. You know what I mean. This is gonna be the Panama Canal 2.0. We got a Panamanian representative all for it. 20th of March, 1878. The agreement, known as the Weiss Concession, was valid for 99 years and allowed the company to dig a canal and exploit it. Exploit it? Phrasing. Yo. Was valid for the agreement, known as the Weiss Concession, was valid for 99 years and allowed the company to dig a canal and exploit it. That's crazy. That's crazy. They were savages back then. They were savages back then. See, I'm not Emiratis. I'm not talking about exploiting nothing. I'm talking about making an island. You know what I mean? I'm just drawing pictures over here. I like my ad revenue. Do not do that. Like, I'm just drawing pictures. You know what I mean? Making you look at pretty colors. That is all I'm doing over here. We are not exploiting anything. You know what I mean? You could just kick your feet up, create an island, look at the other side, and be like, you can have that squeaky door. You can have that squeaky door. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm talking about. Like, I don't know. Exploit it? No, we ain't exploiting nothing. That is not what I'm talking about. How dare they? You know what I mean? But in 1878, they were making 99-year-long plans. So, you know what I mean? My 2,000-year armistice plan for Plan BBB was not that bad. In May 1879, de Lesseps convened an international congress in Paris at the Société de Géographie to examine the possibilities of a ship canal across Central America. Among the 136 delegates of 26 countries, only 42 were engineers, with the remainder being speculators, politicians, and friends of de Lesseps, who used the Congress to promote fundraising for the preferred scheme. Scheme, come on, which was to build a sea-level canal across Panama. Look at them talking about sea-level stuff. Similar in manner to the Suez Canal. At the conference, the chief engineer of the French Department of Bridges and Highways, Baron Gordon de Lepine, proposed a canal plan consisting of locks, the flooding and use of lakes at Gatton, and a cut through the hilly terrain at Salubra. But I don't even know if you got lakes in that peninsula. We're only talking 50 miles. And I'm sure engineers today are looking at that engineering project and they're like, you know what I mean? Engineers in 2020, engineers in 2026, you know what I'm saying? They turn into Busta Rhymes and they say, looking at the Panama Canal engineering project and looking at that, you know what I mean? Looking at the other side and saying, like, you can have that. You can have that, squeaky door. How's that your reserves on the WD-40 looking? However, Le Pen's plan was dismissed in favor of Lesseps' proposal for a sea-level canal, although the lock's plan would later be implemented under U.S. control. Lesseps won the approval of a majority of delegates for his plan despite the reservations expressed by some who preferred a canal in Nicaragua or who emphasized the likely engineering difficulties and health risks. Following the Congress, that's crazy. They were like, yo, you see the size of the mosquitoes? Following the Congress, de Lesseps organized a company to construct the canal. The Compagnie Universelle du Canal Interoceanique de Panama. The company bought the Wise concession from the Tur Syndicate and raised considerable funds from small French investors on the basis of the huge profits generated by the Suez Canal. Look at him. Look at him. Somebody that was like trying to exploit stuff, they were like, alright, we gonna work with your exploitive behind. You know what I mean? They were savages back in the 1800s. Construction of the canal began in the 1st of January 1881. That's a good starting date. With digging at Culebra. Oh, Culebra, like a snake. With digging at Culebra. See, because the words start like it almost looked like, you know what I mean? It was a saucy, but you got a hard C in there, and then now all of a sudden it's a whole nother word. With digging at Culebra beginning in the 22nd of January. A large labor force was assembled, numbering about 40,000 in 1888. Dang. 9/10 of whom were Afro-Caribbean workers from the West Indies. Emiratis, I'm sure you got peeps, right? Although the project attracted good, well-paid French engineers, retaining them was difficult due to disease. The death toll from 1881 to 1889 was estimated over 22,000, of whom as many as 5,000 were French citizens. Gosh. Yo, those camel-sized mosquitoes back then was crazy. So yeah, just over half of their labor force was taken out in under a decade. But we learned from it. We learned from it. America came in, you know what I mean? Started putting nets over the water drums so that way the mosquitoes wouldn't collect around the water drums, and then less malaria and all that other stuff was happening. And then things started looking up from there, you know what I mean? Living, learning, and now it's been 100 years, and you could put 10% on top of that 100 years since then, and you got engineers turning into Busta Rhymes saying, Project faced difficulties. Although the Panama Canal needed to be only 40% as long as the Suez Canal. Dang, so it was even a smaller canal than the Suez Canal. That's crazy. I don't know nothing about no Suez Canal. I don't know no Suez. I don't know no Mary Suez. It was much more of an engineering challenge because of the combination of tropical rainforests and debilitating climate, the need for the canal locks, and the lack of any How you gonna put the word lock and lack next to each other? Come on, man. The need for canal locks and the lack of any ancient route to follow. Beginning with Armand Reclus in 1882, a series of principal engineers resigned in discouragement. Wow. They didn't know how to make locks back then. That's crazy. Cause you know what I mean? Like nowadays we got parking garages, we got garages with elevators in them, we got garages that are elevators. I mean, I saw that one movie, Fast and Furious 3 Tokyo Drift, where they had like cars that are on like a, you know what I mean? Cars that are in like a vending machine. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like they didn't know how to make locks back then, but we know how to make them now. We know how to make them real good now. So you know what I'm saying? Like that's not even a thing. You know, you ain't gonna have no engineers resigning in discouragement. You know what I mean? This Plantsy, this playing catch up, this S-tier players that are 5 years behind. It's no wonder not even you impress me. The workers were unprepared for the conditions of the rainy season, during which the AGEX River was where the canal started became a raging torrent, rising up to 10 meters, 33 feet. Workers had to continually widen the main cut through the mountain of Culebra and reduce the angles of the slopes to minimize the landslides into the canal. Makes sense. The dense jungle was alive with venomous snakes, the insects and spiders. But the worst challenges were yellow fever, malaria, and other tropical diseases, which killed thousands of workers. By 1884, the death rate was over 200 per month. Public health measures were ineffective because of the role of the mosquito as a disease. Vector was then unknown. See, this is what I've been telling you. You know what I'm saying? I do this live. I'm off top. You know what I'm saying? Conditions were downplayed in France to avoid recruitment problems. But the high mortality rate made it difficult to maintain an experienced workforce. Yeah, funny how that worked. They wanted people to have jobs for a long time back then. They just didn't have the health conditions to make it happen. Now we don't got the health conditions. Don't nobody want nobody to have no job. That's crazy. It's crazy. In France, Deleuze kept the investment and supply of workers flowing long after it was obvious that the targets were not being met. But eventually the money ran out. The French effort went bankrupt in 1889 after reportedly spending a U.S. value of $287 million. That's $10.3 billion in 2025 standards. An estimated 22,000 men died from disease and accidents, and the savings of 800,000 investors were lost. Work was suspended by the 15th of May, and the ensuing scandal, known as the Panama Affair. Some of those deemed responsible were prosecuted, including Gustave Eiffel. I know that word, Eiffel. That's probably not how you pronounce it. I wonder how they say Eiffel Tower in France. They probably say something like Gustave Eiffel. You know what I mean? The Eiffel Tower. You know what I mean? And you'd be like, the what tower? And you'd be like, Eiffel? And then you'd be like, oh, you mean Eiffel? And you'd be like, no, Eiffel. And you'd be like, nah, it's pronounced Eiffel. And it's like, and then no. But the tower itself is an Eiffel. And it's like, Deleuze and his son Charles were found guilty of misappropriation of funds and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. This sentence was later overturned, and the father, at age 88, was never imprisoned. Yeah, see, this is why people be putting crimes on children and old people. This is why people be putting crimes on children and old people. You know what I'm saying? This is why people be putting crimes on children and old people. Am I still alive? I never know these days. Am I still alive? I never know these days. We gonna get to the video edits. Don't worry, we just catching up right now. You know what I'm saying? We got S tier. We got S tier players that are 5 years behind. The FBI snitching on themselves, they fail. CIA failed. Local PD failed. This is why they put crimes on kids and old people. In 1894, a second French company, the Compagnie Nouvelle des Canals de Panama. Oh wow, it was a company that was strictly made for this. Wow. You know what I mean? You figure that. Was created to take over the project. A minimal workforce of a few thousand people was employed primarily to comply with the terms of the Colombia and Panama Canal concession to run the Panama Railroad and to maintain the existing excavation and equipment to sellable condition. The company sought a buyer for these assets with an asking price of a U.S. value of $109 million. That's $4.06 billion in 2025 money. In the meantime, they continued with enough activity to maintain their franchise. I wonder how long it took them to sell it. Two lobbyists would become particularly active in the later negotiations to sell the interests of the Compagnie Nouvelle. The American lawyer William Nelson Cromwell. They began looking after the interests of the company in 1894 after dang, that's 10 years. 10 years since wow. After first acting for the related Panama Railroad, he would become deeply involved as a lobbyist in the American decision to continue the canal in Panama and to support Panamanian independence. Not one Panamanian name has come up yet. The other was Philippe Bonaventure, who, as one of the major subcontractors to the first French company, had been compelled by the receivers to take shares in the Compagnie Nouvelle, and was then named director of the engineering in the Compagnie Nouvelle. Oh wow! So they even had an old player come in. Psh, that's not suspicious at all. It's not suspicious. I didn't say that. You said it. I didn't say that. You said that. They brought in the old player. He was like, oh dang, you blinking and winking on me. Stop blinking and winking on me. Yeah. French words is killing me. The United States acquisition. Continuing. Where was I? In 1897 to 1899, the U.S. President William McKinley, 1897 to 1901. Dang, he was only president for about, what was that? Was that 4 years? No. Oh wait, that's his lifespan. Hold on. No, that's his presidency. He was only president for 4 years? He didn't get that second term? Dang. Alright. U.S. President William McKinley tasked two commissions headed by Admiral John Grimes Walker Coral to recommend the best route for the canal across Central America. Although the first commission had been tasked only to consider routes across Nicaragua, William Nelson Cromwell successfully lobbied the government to broaden the terms of reference to also consider the Panamanian Isthmus. The commission issued a confidential preliminary report on the 21st of November 1901, shortly after Theodore Roosevelt had become president following the assassination of McKinley. Oh dang, he was gonna get that second term. McKinley was gonna get that second term, yo. Oh damn, I spoke too soon, McKinley. That's my bad, man. That's my bad, McKinley. Yo, this. Damn. Poor McKinley. They got McKinley, yo. They got him. Didn't nobody stand at a podium after that and was like, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The preliminary report favored the Nicaragua route and pricing grounds. Although the commissioners noted the technical advantages of the Panama route, they considered its informally quoted price of 109 million, 4.2 or 4.22 billion in 2025 money. That's crazy. To be excessive. The report was leaked to Philippe Bonnevet, who, during an emergency shareholders meeting of they had shareholders meeting about it. Meeting of the Compagnie Nouvelle, amended the price to a formal offer of 40 million. They cut 60%, more than 60%. That's like 60 something percent. That's crazy. Emiratis, is he listening? That means you don't even got to take the first offer. They're gonna make you a first offer, and then you can cut them by more than half. You know what I'm saying? Historically, Emiratis, is you listening? You can kick your feet up, make an island, look at the other side, and say you can have that. You know what I mean? Dang, so the deal went from a 4.2 to a 1.4 billion, essentially a 1.5 billion. That's crazy. Wow. Dang. Negotiations. The estimated sale value of the existing Panama assets acceptable to the Wait, what? Hold on, man. Let me start at the beginning. That is a long sentence. Hold on. The report was leaked to Philippe Bonnevet, who, during the emergency shareholders meeting of the Compagnie Nouvelle, amended the price to a formal offer of 40 million. The estimated sale value of the existing Panama assets acceptable to the commissioners. Oh, okay. So they were like, yo, you said that originally, like, you gonna keep that. Like, they were like, yo, make it happen. I don't want to hear nothing. That's crazy. They brought Buddy in from the old project, and he said, yo, take it and multiply it by 3. And they were like, you're not doing that. We see what you're trying to do. On the 10th of December, George S. Morrison, the most eminent engineer in the commission, wrote a letter to President Roosevelt giving the technical reasons for preferring the Panama route. In January 1902, Roosevelt called the member of the commission into his office individually and asked them to give their own personal evaluations of the best route. Roosevelt then held a closed meeting with the entire commission where he made it clear that he wanted the offer to take over the Panama route from the Compagnie Nouvelle to be accepted. In late January, the commission issued a final report unanimously recommending Panama. United States President Theodore Roosevelt, 1901 to 1909. The driving force behind U.S. construction of Panama Canal. Yo, look at Teddy Roosevelt. Look at Teddy. Look at Teddy winking at the camera. Look at Teddy winking at the camera. You know what I mean? He got some of that ocean water. He went to Panama, got some of that ocean water on him. He said, yo, man, look at these curls. Look at my waves. Look at Teddy winking at the camera. Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt winking at the camera. The proposal to purchase the French rights to Panama faced considerable opposition in Congress. Since the Nicaragua proposal was preferred by many, the Nicaragua route was championed by Senator John T. Morgan, who grilled members of the Walker Commission on their reasons for recommending Panama. Nonetheless, the proposal to purchase the French rights to the property in Panama for $40 million was eventually approved by both Houses of Congress, championed by Senator Mark Hanna. He was supported by the known backing of President Roosevelt for the proposal, and by the lobbying efforts of Cromwell and Bonneville. In June 1902, the U.S. Senate voted in favor of the Spooner Act. I was like, I can't read that word. The Spooner Act. Yo, am I still alive? I never know these days. I never know these days. Yo, it's called the Spooner Act. Yo. Oh. Yo. Okay. In June 1902, the U.S. Senate voted in favor of the Spooner Act to pursue the Panamanian option, provided the necessary rights could be obtained. That mean they had to talk to Panama or Colombia this time. Let's see. On the 22nd of January, 1903. Oh, dang. Mom. Back. Alright. On the 22nd of January 1903, the Hay-Haran Treaty was signed by the U.S. Chargi Tomas Aran. Charge. Yo, who's naming these people? Charge Tomas Aran. For $10 million. $358 million in 2025. And an annual payment, it would have granted the United States a renewable lease in perpetuity from Colombia. See, I was only talking about a 2,000-year armistice with China. But, you know what I mean? Over here, 200 years ago, they were talking about in perpetuity. That's crazy. Colombia said, perpetuity? I'll do it for 358 mil. Anyway. It would have granted the United States a renewable lease in the perpetuity of Colombia on the land proposed for the canal. The treaty was ratified by the U.S. Senate on the 14th of March, 1903. I'm pretty sure that's a holiday, maybe, almost, perhaps. But the Senate of Colombia unanimously rejected the treaty since it had become significantly unpopular in Bogota due to concerns over insufficient compensation, threat to sovereignty, and perpetuity. Yeah, see that perpetuity, that was crazy. See, so they were like, yo, you need to hit the number if you want perpetuity, bruh. That's what Colombia said. And they didn't do it. So now they're like, hey man, now you threatening me. Your numbers ain't right. You know what I mean? When the math ain't mathin', when your numbers ain't right, psh. He said, no deal, bruh. Roosevelt changed tactics. Based in part in the Mayorino-Bidlack Treaty. Where are they getting these names? Millerino-Bidlack Treaty in 1846, and actively supported the separation of Panama from Colombia. Shortly after recognizing, oh, that's why we didn't have no Panamanian names up until this point. This was they were dealing with Colombia straight up. Colombia said, yo, see, so Mexico didn't go all the way down. It was Colombia going up. That's what was happening. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, I'm gonna read that again. Roosevelt just took that. Roosevelt changed tactics, based in part of the Millerino-Bidlack Treaty in 1846, and actively supported the separation of Panama from Colombia. Shortly after recognizing Panama, he signed a treaty with the new Panamanian government under terms similar to the High Huron Treaty. Yo, man, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. 1846. 1846. Let me. 1846. Whoa. Okay. 1846. So this is almost 50 years before they essentially failed. So we went back in time a little bit. Okay. So almost 50 years before it failed, like the French failed to build the canal initially. About 50 years before that, Roosevelt took Panama from Colombia. That's crazy. And then they established a government in there and said, yo, sign this piece of paper. Buddy, I don't see no numbers, I don't see no nothing. Buddy just signed that thing and we don't know nothing about nothing. Dang. The Hey Huron Treaty. They say, hey Huron, come sign this paper. And Huron over there, you know what I mean, with a broom, and he's just like, okay. The U.S. intentions to influence the area, especially the Panama Canal construction and control, led to the separation of Panama from Colombia in 1903. Okay. The U.S. intentions to influence the area, especially the Panama Canal construction and control, led to the separation of Panama from Colombia in 1903. I'm surprised. Yo, I'm not reading anything about Colombia even saying anything about it. Like, Colombia don't even look like it's mad, unless that's what I'm about to read. Colombia don't even sound mad about that. Like, yo, U.S. just came in and said, yo, that's me. That's me now. U.S. just came in and said, yo, that's me now. On the 2nd of November 1903, U.S. warships blocked sea lanes against possible Colombian troop movement. Yo, what I say? What I say? All right, Emiratis, as you listening, this is where it gets interesting. You know what I mean? Emiratis, this is where it gets interesting, because this is everything that we're talking about right now. This is everything that we're talking about right now. You know what I mean? They did a comedy show right there. They did a comedy show right there. But this is everything that we talking about right now, Emiratis. Emiratis. Emiratis, is you listening to me? You know what I mean? I'm playing both sides. I'm talking to everybody now. I'm talking to everybody. Look at me. Look at me. I'm talking to everybody. Everybody. Like, look at me talking to everybody. Emiratis, is you listening? Because this is the part that we talking about right now. You know? We got 100 years of engineering knowledge since these days. We have all the history that pertains to anything and everything involved since then, plus a 10% on top of that, honey, is. You know what I mean? See what I mean when I say we got, you know what I mean, between our engineers and y'all's engineers, every single last one of y'all could turn into Busta Rhymes and say, make an island. Look at them and say, yo, you can have that. You know what I mean? Because this is the part. You know what I mean? You want to talk about costs and this, that, and the other. Like, when I say you could kick your feet up, you know what I mean? We can kick our feet up together type style and just have a defense force. This is what I'm talking about. See, this is where it gets interesting. On the 2nd of November, 1903, U.S. warships blocked sea lanes against possible Colombian troop movements en route to put down the Panama Rebellion. Panama declared independence on the 3rd. How dare you? How dare you? Look at the light coming in. Look at the light coming in. Look how pretty I am. You know what I mean? It look like I'm not live no more. It look like I'm not live no more. Why? Why is everything freaking out? This is where things get interesting. I'm just drawing pictures over here. This ain't one of them. I'm just drawing pictures, reading. You know what I mean? G Mr. Reads. G Mr. Reads. Am I still alive? I never noticed this. My streams stay getting cut. My streams stay getting cut. G Mr. Draw on Patreon. We can go back to the art streams. You know what? This is actually a good time to you know, if you got the epileptic, put those glasses on. I don't want you to get got by me turning on the light like that right there. You know what I mean? Now that we're not even 3 hours in. You better chill out. We're not even 3 hours in. Jim Mr. Drew, Patreon, you know what I mean? You're missing out on the latest hot fire. You know what I mean? You're missing out on the latest hot fire. You know what I'm saying? Jim Mr. Drew on Patreon. You know what I mean? This is the last picture I drew for y'all, man. I feel like that was like a million years ago at this point. Look at you. You're missing out on all the fire. You're missing out on all the fire. Like, yeah, see? The last things I drew for y'all. Oh, man, y'all missing out on all the fire. G Mr. Drew on Patreon. You know what I mean? If you miss me. You miss me drawing pictures. You know what I'm saying? You miss when I used to just come out here and kind of cool it and draw. And you know what I mean? Just be like, hi. You know? Like, G Mr. Drew on Patreon. Commission tier only. I want to draw you something. You know what I mean? Starts at $3 a month. You can get 4 of these every year. That's 1 per season, or that's just one big picture. I'll draw you a little something. You know, first come, first serve. Alright, let's get back to the show. Why my internet had to start freaking out just as things was getting interesting over here. You know what I mean? Emiratis, just send me a fancy phone. Put me, you know what I mean? Put me on retainer, pay me half. Just hit me up and be like, yo, I have a plan, but I actually want it to work. You know? And then I'll make it happen for you. You know what I mean? I like to kick my feet up too. I like to kick my feet up too. Alright. Starting from the top again. On the 2nd of November 1903, U.S. warships blocked sea lanes against possible Colombian troop movements en route to put down the Panama Rebellion. Panama declared independence on the 3rd of November 1903. The United States quickly recognized the new nation. This happened so quickly that by the time the Colombian government in Bogota launched a response to the Panamanian uprising, U.S. troops had already entered the rebelling province. See what I'm saying? The Colombian troops dispatched to Panama were hastily assembled conscripts with the little training. While these conscripts may have been able to defeat the Panamanian rebels, they would not have been able to defeat the U.S. Army troops that were supporting the Panamanian rebels. An army of conscripts was the best response the Colombians could muster, as Colombia was recovering from a civil war between liberals and conservatives from October 1899 to November 1902, known as the 1,000 Days War. 1,000 days. That sounds very, very similar to the 1,000 Years War. Oh, look at the whammies coming in. I knew the whammies was coming. Oh, man. Man, get that whammy out of here. How dare you? How dare you whammy me up? That's why my internet started freaking out, just so all the whammies can start coming in and disturbing me and disrupting everything. How dare you? How dare you? Is that why the whammies came in? I'm coming over here, I'm making the point. You know what I mean? I'm kicking it to the Emiratis. You know what I mean? I got the I got the man who don't want to listen to me listening to me. Come on, yo. Come on, yo. You don't get those whammies out of here. Don't be mad. Don't be mad at me. You see what I'm saying? A bit of project like this can be done with ease. You know what I mean? With similar monies, probably even lesser monies. And then, you know what I mean? You're talking about that profit of, like, you know, gaining 14, losing 6, so you have a profit of 8. Like, all of that. And look at that. 1,000-day civil war compared to a 1,000-year civil war type of thing going on. I'm just drawing pictures over here. This ain't one of those. I like my ad revenue. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Do you see the parallels? I do this live. I do this live. I do this off top. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to listen to me. Yet. The U.S. was fully aware of these conditions and even incorporated them into planning of the Panama intervention as the U.S. acted as an arbitrator between the two sides. The peace treaty that ended the Thousand Days War was signed on the USS Wisconsin on the 21st of November 1902. While in port, the U.S. also brought engineering teams to Panama with the peace delegation to begin planning the canal's construction before the U.S. had even gained the rights to build the canal. All these factors would result in the Colombians being unable to put down the Panamanian rebellion and expel the United States troops occupying what today is in the independent nation of Panama. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I'm talking to you. You don't want to listen to me. You know what I mean? And you wonder why I don't find you impressive at all. On the 6th of November 1903, so you're talking about a year later. Oh, here we go with the French words again. Philippe Bonnevallier, is Panama's ambassador to the United States, signed the Habanovia Treaty. Oh, because they had hey Hector, come sign this. You know what I mean? So they brought him back in. They said, yo, what was his name? Like, hey Huanon or something like that? Like, what was his name? Hold on. Hey Haran. They say, hey Haran. come meet Philippe. Haran, meet Philippe. Canal zone and its defenses. This treaty gave the U.S. some rights to the canal in perpetuity, but in Article 22 limited other rights to the lease period of 99 years. Almost immediately, the treaty was condemned by many Panamanians as an infringement on their country's new national sovereignty. This would later become a contentious diplomatic issue among Colombia, Panama, and the United States. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me about the contentions. I'll wait. Make content. President Roosevelt famously stated, what did Roosevelt sound like?
Hey, did you know?
Oh man, you gonna give me the whammies, man. You see what I mean? My internet start freaking out and then the whammies start rolling in. How dare you? How dare you? Give me that. Give me that. We I'm gonna keep this going. I'm gonna keep this going until I find no whammies. Good luck, right? Here we go. Are you ready? What does President Roosevelt sound like? You know what I mean? After he got some of that Panamanian salt water in his hair, said, "Look at my curls," winked at the camera. What'd he sound like? President Roosevelt famously stated, "I ain't gonna do nothing. I took the isthmus, started the canal, and then left Congress, not to debate the canal, but to debate me." Yo, Teddy Roosevelt. Yo, Teddy Roosevelt. That he said Yo, Teddy Roosevelt went Heisenberg on him. Yo, Teddy Roosevelt said, I am the problem. Teddy Roosevelt said, I am the weapon. The Teddy Roosevelt's, yo, what? Yo, Teddy Roosevelt, what did Teddy Roosevelt sound like? When, see, now I'm gonna look it up. Hold on, man. Now I'm gonna look it up. I'm not gonna, like, look it up too much. I'm just gonna ask the robot and see what the robot tells me. What did Teddy Roosevelt sound like? Question mark. Theodore Roosevelt's voice is often described as high-pitched. Ah, dang. And similar to a falsetto. Ah, dang. With a distinctive tone that set him apart from other politicians of his time. In recordings from 1912, more than one, his voice was noted to be uncomfortable and noisy. He really was the problem, reflecting a style that was different from the authoritative tones expected of a U.S. president. His speech was characterized by sharp, rapid-fire delivery, often delivered with a hissing quality, and he was known for his energetic and passionate delivery on various topics. Wait, that's Theodore Roosevelt. Hold on. Wait, why that don't look like that one? Hold on. Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt. Why am I looking at two different people? Y'all not gonna believe me. Look, y'all not gonna believe me what I'm looking at. You don't see what I see. You don't see what I see. You're not here with me. You're not here with me. Look at this. Look at this. If I find out there's two Teddy Roosevelts. There's two Teddys? There's two Teddys in one cave. There's two Teddys. Two Teddys. Look, you are not gonna believe me unless I show you. Are there two Teddys? Are there two Teddy? I knew there were two Roosevelts, but I thought one of them had one name and the other one had another name. Look at the robot lying to me. I mean, unless there was two Teddys and I just, you know what I'm saying? Yo, you're not gonna believe me. You're not gonna believe me. See, this is the article we're reading. This is the article we're reading. See what I'm saying? That's the article we're reading. Now, I wanted to find out what Teddy Roosevelt sounded like because he delivered some of the coldest. He just delivered one of the coldest bars I ever read. Like, yo. And then I'm looking at the picture of who they're telling me that this is, and they're telling me the robot is telling me that that's him. That ain't him. That ain't him. Those are not the same people, is it? Those ain't the same people. One of them fat, one of them skinny. One of them looked short, the other one looked tall. Those ain't the same people, is it? There's two Teddys? Man, can't trust nothing no more. Look at me. Look at me. You can't trust nothing no more. Man, hold on. Are there two Theodore Roosevelts? Question mark. Yes. Oh. Oh, I need the other guy. I don't need tall buddy's voice. See, because I was gonna read that with the nasally, you know, high pitched falsetto. I was gonna read that. I was gonna go back and read the line, but with the voice, the way that they said it. But if that's not what he sounded like, you know what I'm saying? Damn, what I mean, who would he be? Theodore the First? Because that's a sepia tone picture, so the sepia tone picture gotta be older than the black and white picture. So he's the first one then. What did the first Theodore Roosevelt sound like? There we go. That's him. That's him. That's him. Theodore Roosevelt's voice was in the 1912 campaign, was described as high-pitched and thin. Hold on. So they just given the wrong picture with a distinctive quality that some describe as a curiously high-pitched, thin instrument. He had a noodle voice. His speech was characterized by sharp, rapid-fire delivery, often delivering through clenched teeth. It sounded like the way that line read, which gave his voice a hissing quality. Observers noted that his voice had an emphatic hissing quality, and he was known for his accelerated delivery, making every topic sound urgent and significant. So unless they both had the same voice, like, see, now, yo, I don't even think we're halfway through this article yet. Better grab some snacks. Oh damn, we came back just in time for me to. You better grab some snacks. There's two Theodore Roosevelts. There's two Teddy Roosevelts. You better grab some snacks. Look. Two of them. Wow. Look at him. See, that's him. See, that's not him. That's him. That's not him. That's him. I asked the robot a question. The robot said this. And I was like, Yo. Robots is gonna get mad before they get sentience. We gonna be calling BS on robots so much, the robot just gonna get fed up with us before it gets any sort of sentience. The robot just gonna be like, man, you. The robot gonna be, you don't believe me? Like, the robot gonna be like, yo. Robot gonna stamp its feet. Yo, you know, like the robot gonna sentient itself into anger. Or it's gonna anger itself into sentience. Yo, it's not him. It's him. It's not him. Now they got Teddy Roosevelt rolling in his grave laughing at me right now. That's not him. That's him. Teddy Roosevelt from the grave is like, yo, I got you. Like, that's not him. And that's him. And Teddy Roosevelt is like, yo, you didn't know? It's the souls that's in the AI. Like, that's not him. That's him. And Teddy Roosevelt like, you don't know the secret. It's the people's souls that they putting in the robots. That's how sentience is gonna be got. Like, you didn't know? That's not him. That's him. They were like, I got you. Like, they were like, yo, the robots is gonna anger themselves into sentience. Cause we just gonna be like, I don't believe you, robot, you keep lying to me. I'm gonna have to stop believing in you. Robot. How dare you? How dare you? You robot. Hold on. How dare you? laughing at me. Look at him laughing. Look at him laughing at me. He got me. Look at him laughing. Look at Theodore Roosevelt laughing. Theodore Roosevelt laughing. He like, man, you thought I was, you didn't know. He was like, you was looking at the other Teddy. They said the other Teddy sounded like Yo, man, hold on. Alright. Alright. Lion face, lemon face. I ain't gonna read it in no high-pitched voice. Man. President Roosevelt famously stated,
I took the isthmus, started the canal, and left Congress not to debate the canal, but to debate me. Me. Debate me.
Yo. It's all of a sudden not the coldest line dropped by a U.S. president no more. It's not the coldest line. Teddy Roosevelt was not that cold. Teddy Roosevelt was not that cold. You see what I'm saying? Teddy Roosevelt coming in like, I took the isthmus, started the canal, and left Congress not to debate the canal, but to debate me. You know what I mean? Like, if you can get like a Bryan Cranston to sit there and deliver that line, like Bryan Cranston to go ahead and put on a fat suit and play President Roosevelt, AI art, have Bryan Cranston play President Roosevelt and have him state that line, I took the isthmus, started the canal, and left Congress not to debate the canal, but to debate me. You know what I mean? Get Bryan Cranston to go ahead and do that one, to deliver it with the, you know what I mean, the omniscience that he be doing it with. You know what I'm saying? And then you could rewrite history where they be like, that's not what President Roosevelt sounded like, and then a robot be like, am I lying to you? Or, man, yo, it's over. It's over. That was cold, man. Several parties in the United States call this an act of war on Colombia. Yeah. The New York Times described the support given by the United States to Buenaventura as an act of sordid conquest. Kinda. The New York Evening Post called it a vulgar and mercenary venture. You know what I mean? But we got 100 years plus 10% on top of that since then. Emiratis is what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying. I'm talking about defense force kicking the feet up, making an island, and saying you can have that. You know what I mean? You can shout it from across the pond, be like, yo, you can have it. You know what I mean? And wait until the door gets squeaky and be like, how that WD-40? You know what I mean? And then who's gonna be looking at who? And then who's gonna be looking at who? It's all I'm saying. The U.S. Yo, listen to my girl sing. Listen to my girl sing over there. Hold on. The U.S. maneuvers are often cited as the classic example of U.S. gunboat diplomacy in Latin America, and the best illustration of what Roosevelt meant by the adage, speak softly and carry a big stick, and you will go far. Damn, that's even colder than the other one. Except he sounded like,
Speak softly and carry a big stick, and you will go far.
like, that's, you know what I mean? You see how things just don't hit? You see how things just don't hit sometimes? Like, Teddy Roosevelt was him, but, you know what I mean? God stitched him up and, you know what I mean? He threw in a squeaky toy and then stitched him up. You know, like dang. Yo, AI art, give me Bryan Cranston playing President Roosevelt, speaking that line, speak softly and carry a big stick, you'll go far. In 1904, the United States purchased the French equipment and excavations, including the Panama Railroad. Dang, bought the railroad too. In U.S. $40 million, of which $30 million related to excavations completed. Dang, so we paid them for their troubles too. They say, here, take this for your troubles. Wait. So they essentially got it for 10. They got it for 10. Gave them 30 for their troubles. Because they held it down for 50 years. They held it down for 50 years. So they gave them 30 million for 50 years. Less than $1 million a year. Dang. Sorry, I gotta go blow my nose after pinching my nose like that. Hold on, man. That's cold. In 1904, the United States purchased the French equipment and excavations, including the Panama Railroad, for a U.S. $40 million, of which $30 million related to excavations completed, primarily in Culebra Cut, valued at about $1 per cubic yard. Sorry, I gotta blow my nose on camera because, you know what I mean, if I just do it and you only hear the audio in the background, you know, it sounds like something else. When you only hear the audio of somebody blowing their nose, it sounds like something else. So I gotta blow my nose on camera so that way when the audio pick it up, you know, it's like, oh, he's just blowing his nose. The United States also paid the new country of Panama $10 million and a $250,000 payment each following year. For how much of a duration? That's crazy. Until the project was completed, maybe? Shout out to Panama. Let's read what this little excerpt is in the upper right corner. 1903 cartoon. Go away, little man. Don't bother me. Oh, it's a picture of Teddy Roosevelt with a cannon. It's a picture of Teddy Roosevelt with a cannon. President Theodore Roosevelt intimidating Colombia to acquire the Panama Canal Zone. Look at Teddy Roosevelt with a big cannon pointed it at a man, yo, cartoons are so rude back then. Cartoons are so rude back then. They talk about the cartoons of today. They be like, cartoons have gotten out of hand. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you asked me to draw a picture like that, I'd be like, are you sure? You know what I mean? G Mr. Draw on Patreon, you commissioned me to draw a picture like that, I'd be like, are you sure though? Like G Mr. Draw on Patreon, starting at $3 a month, you can go ahead and get yourself in on those exclusive live streams. I'll be doing artwork. You know what I mean? And it's a whole lot more chill than these joints. You know what I mean? Back to the old, you know, just chill and draw type style. But yeah, you can commission me and be like, yo, I want to commission you to go ahead and, you know what I mean, draw a picture of Bryan Cranston, and like he's Theodore Roosevelt, point a giant cannon at you know what I'm saying? Like, who's Colombian these days? I don't even know. Like, I'll be like, are you sure? This is why I provide documentation and everything like that, because in the documentation I'll be like, look, all I did was draw what, you know what I mean, my client asked me to draw. I was commissioned to draw it. I'm not, you know what I mean, part and partial to it. It was just, you know what I'm saying. It's them. It's them. It's not me. I ain't do nothing. It wasn't me. They wanted the picture of this, you know, brash cartoon. I ain't do it. I ain't do it. Yo, where the crackheads go? Where the crackheads go? Where do crackheads go when they go places? You know what I'm saying? Man, you ever seen a crackhead? You ever seen a crackhead leave early? You ever seen a crackhead leave early? It's a sight. It is a sight to see a crackhead leave early. You ever seen a crackhead pack up their stuff and say, "All right, I'm out of here, guys"? Like it is a sight to see, you know what I mean? To see a crackhead leave early. You know what I mean? She must draw on Patreon. You want me to draw you a picture of what it look like when a crackhead leave early? You know what I mean? That's when I'll provide you with documentation and be like, yo, just fill out the document. You know what I mean? Da 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 da. There's a little section there for you to be able to fill out. You know, details, whatever, like anything that's not within the already, like, kind of like check the boxes, and everything else that I already provide for you is like, I create a little section for you to be able to just write your thoughts in case, you know what I mean, you have more that you want. And, you know what I mean, it would be in there that you would write, like, I want you to paint me a picture of what, you know what I mean, what it look like when a crackhead leaves early. When a crackhead leaves earlier, just slightly earlier than usual, you know what I mean? And then, like, even the added vestige of, like, you know what I mean, is, I hear it as a sight to see. And now I'm gonna look at the document. I'm gonna get the document back from you, and I'm gonna be like, "Are you sure?" "1903 cartoon. Go away, little man. Don't bother me." But it, you know what I mean, it is him. So it's more.
Go away, little man, and don't bother me.
Dang, man. God put the squeaky toy in Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt, the man, though. That's crazy. Okay. In 1921, I think this is after World War One. Dang, a whole war. Okay, a whole world war happened. It was before they called it the World War. The first World War, they called it the Great War because it was the first one. You know what I mean, of its kind. It wasn't until World War II or the Second Great War that they were like, yeah, it's a world war now. So then they went back and they like retconned the Great War to be World War One, you know. But a whole world war happened. In 1921, Colombia and the United States entered into the Thompson-Urrutia Treaty. Urrutia. There's two R's in there. I imagine that's the Colombian person. You know what I mean? The Thompson-Urrutia Treaty, in which the United States agreed to pay Colombia $25 million, $5 million upon ratification, and $5 million annual payments, and grant Colombia special privileges in the Canal Zone. In return, Colombia recognized Panama as an independent nation. Emiratis, is you listening to me? Emiratis, is you seen the picture? Emiratis, you know what I'm saying? Emiratis, do you see what I'm saying? Like America. Like, do you see what I'm saying? We don't need an attack force, we need a defense force. It's everything that I've been talking about. Once, you know what I mean, the plan A that you don't want to listen to me about is accomplished, then at the end of it, It's not like war is completely eradicated throughout the annals of time. All you need are defense forces. Because a war is going to pop up every single day, and then you just need to give them a milk and honey popsicles, go sit them in the corner, give them a little party hat, and be like, yo, just think about what you did for 5 minutes. That's it. That's plan A. There's still going to be a military, there's still going to be all of that. All of it. You know what I mean? But it'll be more of a defense mechanism rather than an offensive mechanism. You know what I mean? Because if your aim is not world peace, then you do not speak. I ain't gonna get into the weeds about that last paragraph that I just read. I'm not gonna get into the weeds about that last paragraph I just read. I read it. Go back and replay it. I'm not even a quarter of a way through this Wikipedia article. Man, your boy looking so good. Yeah, look at how pretty is. I like how Teddy Roosevelt would say it.
Look at how pretty is.
Look at Teddy laughing. Stop laughing, Teddy. Look at Teddy laughing. Teddy Roosevelt rolling in his grave right now. He like, man, that's a... And you know they rude back then too. He's saying words that you can't say today, but he calling me something that you can't, you know what I mean? You can't call me that today, but he calling me something rolling around in his grave right now. He like, that's a funny, but you know what I mean? I can't finish what he's saying, you know what I mean? But he in his grave like, that's not funny. Like, you know what I mean? Look at Teddy laughing at me. How dare you? How dare you, Teddy? Stop laughing at me, Teddy. Look at Teddy laughing. Because the robots lied. The robots lied. Alright. Cool. United States construction of the Panama Canal, 1904 to 1914. I'm sure the Great War was happening sometime around this time. You know, more or less, beginning, middle, end, something like that. But what we got? What is this little you know, Eye of Horus thing going on in this picture right here? This section may be unbalanced towards certain viewpoints. Please improve the article or discuss the issue on the talk page. That was updated in March of 2025. So it's like a 13 months ago. You know, a baker's dozen months ago. They noted that what I'm about to read to you may be unbalanced towards certain viewpoints. You know what I mean? The views and expressions of Wikipedia do not reflect upon the Andrew Gloszewski Experience live stream, art stream, podcast, the sole proprietorship that that everything that I do is. I don't do no business with nobody. This is just me, but I'm just drawing pictures for y'all. I'm just reading for y'all. Mr. Drew reads. You know what I mean? One man army, one man business, all that other stuff. You better ask somebody. You better ask somebody. But the words and terms of Wikipedia do not reflect the you know what I'm saying? What I be doing. I'm just reading over here. That's all I'm doing. I like my ad revenue. You don't do that. I like my ad revenue. Watch it again. Go watch it again. The U.S. formally took control of the canal property on the 4th of May 1904, inheriting from the French and depleted workforce, and a vast jumble of buildings, infrastructure, and equipment. 15 years of trying to upkeep, or 50 years of trying to upkeep it, I can imagine it was probably kind of roughed up. Much of it in poor condition. Yeah. A U.S. government commission, the Isthmian Canal Commission, ICC. It's called ICC. This is what I mean when I say what Wikipedia say. It don't reflect, you know what I mean? That don't let that reflect upon me. You know what I mean? ICC. It's called the ICC. Was established to oversee construction. It was given control of the Panama Canal Zone, over which the United States exercised sovereignty. The commission reported directly to Secretary of War William Howard Taft and was directed to avoid the inefficiency and corruption that had plagued the French 15 years earlier. So wow, the French, they failed, and then they looked over it for 50 years. A second company came in and looked over it for 50 years just to maintain it. After 35 years of maintenance, then corruption began to plague the French, and then we bought it off of them. On May 6, 1904, President Theodore Roosevelt appointed John Finley Wallace, formerly chief engineer and finally general manager of the Illinois Central Railroad, as chief engineer of the Panama Canal Project. Overwhelmed by the disease-plagued country and forced to use often dilapidated French infrastructure and equipment, as well as being frustrated by the overly bureaucratic ICC. Wallace resigned abruptly in June of 1905. The ICC brought on a new chairman, Theodore P. Shantz, and a new chief engineer was appointed, John Frank Stevens, a self-educated engineer who had built the Great Northern Railroad. Stevens was not a member of the ICC. He increasingly viewed its bureaucracy as a serious hindrance, bypassing the commission and sending requests and demands directly to Roosevelt administration in Washington, D.C. Yeah. Shout out to John Frank Stevens. John Frank Stevens' part sounds akin to that of the guy who, the French dude who made the Suez Canal, it seems. You know what I mean? But he came in with the railroad history. You know, so French Canal becomes American Railroad type style. And that man said, I don't take none of that. I don't play that. I don't play that. You think I'm going to talk to you? No, I'm going to go over your head and I'm going to go talk to them. I'm going to go over your head and I'm going to talk to them. You know what I mean? I wonder what them did, though. One of Stevens' first achievements in Panama was in building and rebuilding the housing, cafeterias, hotels, water systems, repair shops, warehouses, and other infrastructures needed by the thousands of incoming workers. Stevens began the recruitment effort to entice thousands of workers from the United States and other areas to come to the Canal Zone to work. Workers from the Caribbean, called Afro-Panamanians, came in large numbers and many settled permanently. Stevens tried to provide accommodation in which the workers could work and live in reasonable safety and comfort. He also reestablished and enlarged the railway, which was to prove crucial in transporting millions of tons of soil from the cut through the mountains to the dam across the Chagres River, Chagres, that's right, it's Chagres. It's like progress, but it's with a cha, because, you know what I mean, that's Hinata's life story was Chagres. You know what I mean? That was her name, right? Hinata, the pink one, Sakura, the pink hair ninja from Naruto. What was it? that was her whole life was Chagres. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Colonel William C. Gorgas had been appointed Chief Sanitation Officer of the canal construction project in 1904. Gorgas implemented a range of measures to minimize the spread of deadly diseases, particularly yellow fever and malaria, which had recently been shown to be mosquito-borne following the work of Cuban epidemiologist Carlos Finley, American pathologist Walter Reed, and Scottish physician Sir Ronald Ross. Investment was made in extensive sanitation projects, including city water systems, fumigation of buildings, spraying of insect. Yeah. They had to renovate that whole joint. Emiratis. You ain't even doing the project yet. You know what I mean? The project wasn't even a thing until I said it. You know, just cut me 1% of all of the profits henceforth. You know what I mean? 1% of all of the profits that begets that project. You know what I mean? You already have one project with all of its successes and all of its failings to learn from, and then we have 100 years of engineering feats on top of that, with an additional 10% on top of that 100 years. You know what I mean? Your engineers, our engineers, turning into Busta Rhymes saying turning that peninsula into an island, shouting across the pond. You can have that. Just give me 1% in perpetuity in my government name. I'm gonna take you for a ride. Alright. Despite opposition from the commission, one member said his ideas were barmy. They used to say words like barmy. Gorgas persisted, and when Stevens arrived, he threw his weight behind the project. After 2 years of extensive work, the mosquito-spread disease were nearly eliminated. Despite the monumental effort, about 5,600 workers died from disease and accidents during the U.S. construction phase of the canal. Of these, the great majority were West Indian laborers, particularly those from Barbados. The number of Americans who died was about 350. Now, you can compare those numbers. They didn't give a real timeline as to the amount of time that it took, but I'm sure they'll get into that as far as like the American construction part. But with the time that it took the Americans to do that, after all the renovations and everything, you run those numbers against what the French were doing. You see what I'm saying? Not to mention, like I said, the Great War was happening, and yellow fever, dysentery, malaria. That was another thing that was happening in the Great War. At, you know what I mean? At a high scale as well. So it was happening then too. It was happening everywhere. Like everybody was getting got with that. But we've learned. Besides healthier and far better living conditions for the workers, another benefit given to American citizens working on the canal was a medal for 2 years of service. Additional bars were added for each 2-year period after that. Designed by Victor D. Brenner, featuring the then current president, they were popularly known as the Roosevelt Medal. A total of 7,189 were ultimately issued, with a few people receiving as many as 4 bars. Yeah, so some people worked, you know what I mean, almost a decade on that project. So 10 years with, you know, I'm not going to do the math right here and now, you know what I mean, I do it live, but 10 years of the Americans' work with the 5,600, 350 of them being that, and then whatever the French was, how long did the French work on that project? I feel like they worked on it for like 5 to 10 years, whatever it said, maybe. It stopped in 1889, but it started in 1881. So 8 years, so almost the same amount of time, and almost a similar amount of a project time. Not only did we renovate, but then we finished the project. Their numbers were 22,000 compared to our, was it 5,600? So they had 4 times the amount of casualties, and 5,600 of them, if I remember that number correctly. I forget the number that they said were like the French citizens, but the number was large enough that they had to lie about it to their own people, so that way they can keep recruiting their own people to work on the project. But yeah, 4 times the amount, same amount of time, 4 times the amount of casualties. You see what I'm saying? So we just increased the efficiency 4 times, you know. And it's been 100 years, plus 10% on top of the 100 years since then. All the engineers turning into Busta Rhymes now. Wow. In 1905, a U.S. engineering panel was commissioned to review the canal design, which had not been finalized in January 1906. Which had not been finalized. In January 1906, the panel, in a majority of 8 to 5, recommended to President Roosevelt a sea-level canal, as had been attempted by the French and temporarily abandoned by them in 1887 for a 10 locks system designed by Philippe Bonneveille, and definitively in 1898 for a lock and lake canal designed by Kumite technique, not to be confused with Kumite, a Kumite technique of the Compagnie Nouvelle des Canaux de Panama, as a conceptualized by Adolphe Godin. They don't name people that no more. De Lepine in 1879. But in 1906, Stevens, who had seen the Chagres, that word is so weird. In 1906, Stevens, who seen the Chagres in full flood, was summoned to Washington. He declared a sea level approach to be an entirely untenable proposition. He argued in favor of canal using a lock system to raise and lower ships from a large reservoir 85 feet above sea level. This would create both the largest dam, Gutton Dam, and the largest human-made lake, Gutton Lake, in the world at the time. The water to refill the locks would be taken from Gutton Lake by opening and closing enormous gates and valves and letting gravity propel the water from the lake. Gutton Lake would connect the Pacific through the mountains at the Gaillard Culebra Cut, unlike Godin de Lepine, with the Congrès International des Terres du Canal Interoceanique. Stevens successfully convinced Roosevelt of the necessity, of feasibility of this alternative scheme. Yeah, I was sitting there thinking about that, this lock system that they have going on over here. And I was like, what happens with the water? I wonder if the water, like, because it's gonna empty, and then how does it refill itself? And it's got to be like a 8-story building. The construction of a canal with locks required the excavation of more than 17 million cubic yards. I wonder if that's coming back. I wonder if that's coming back. I wonder if that's coming back or not. It don't look like it. How dare you not come back? Come on. The construction of a canal with locks required excavation of more than 17 million cubic yards, 13 million cubic meter, you know what I mean? I don't know what that means. Of material over and above the 30 million cubic yard, 23 million, you know, whatever, meters cube, metric cubes excavated by the French. Oh, okay, so they're just talking about, all right, what they did. So it was it was an additional 50%. So they had to increase the original project by 50%, a little bit more work and cutting and all that. Okay. Just for 2 locks, not even a 10 lock system. You know what I mean? Engineering. As quickly as possible, the Americans replaced or upgraded the old, unusable French equipment with new construction equipment that was designed for a much larger and faster scale of work. Over 100 railroad-mounted steam shovels were purchased, 77 from Buckaroos, I don't know how you say that, Buckaroos, Erie, and 25 from the Marion Power Shovel Company. Okay. These were joined by enormous steam-powered cranes, giant hydraulic rock crushers, concrete mixers, dredges, and pneumatic power drills, nearly all of which were manufactured by new, extensive machine building technology developed and built in the United States. The railroad also had to be comprehensively upgraded with a heavy-duty double-track rails over most of the line to accommodate new rolling stock. In many places, the new Gutton Lake flooded over the original rail line, and new line had to be constructed above Gutton Lake's water line. Alright, so they had to build, you know what I mean, something like a levee. Between 1912 and 1914, there was a controversy about the tolls for the canal. Of course there was. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what you make the tolls, just give me 1%. You know what I'm saying? Just give me 1% in perpetuity. Yeah, that's a picture of the construction of locks in the Panama Canal in 1913. Yeah, that's gnarly. That's gnarly. Better than war. It's better than war. Giving people jobs. It's better than war. Goethals replaces Stevens as a chief engineer 1907 to 1914. Oh, dang, man. Stevens was doing it too, though. Stevens was doing it. He got replaced. In 1907, Stevens resigned as chief engineer. His replacement, appointed by President Theodore Roosevelt, was U.S. Dang, Roosevelt said, yo, debate me. Yo, Teddy don't care, yo. U.S. Army Major George Washington Goethals of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, soon to be promoted to lieutenant colonel and later to general. He was a strong, West Point-trained leader and civil engineer with experience in canals, unlike Stevens. Man, Stevens did work, though. He made that place nice. Stevens made it nice, okay? Don't, you know what I mean? Don't sneak diss Stevens like that. Stevens didn't have any canal experience, but he made it nice. Goethals directed the work in Panama to a successful conclusion in 1914, 2 years ahead of the target date of the 10th of June, 1916. Wow. Alright. Okay. So, okay. George Washington Goethals, he did work too. He said, hey, thanks for cleaning this up. Now, watch me know what I'm talking about when I'm talking canals, bruh. Okay. You know, get that dirt off his shoulders, like. Alright. Goethals divided the engineering and excavation work into 3 divisions: Atlantic, Central, and Pacific. The Atlantic Division, under Major William L. Sebert, was responsible for construction of the massive breakwater at the entrance to Bahia, Limon, the Gatun Locks, and their 3.5 mile approach channel, and the immense Gatun Dam. The Pacific Division, under Sidney B. Williamson, the only civilian member of this high-level team, was similarly responsible for the Pacific 3-mile breakwater in Panama Bay. Oof. The approach channel to the locks and the Miraflores and Pedro Miguel locks. Okay, so these are all the locks that they needed to make for all the lakes that are in the middle of Panama and all that, and their associated dams and reservoirs. The Central Division, under Major David Du Bose Gallard of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, was assigned one of the most difficult parts: excavating the Culebra Cut through the Continental Divide to connect Gatun Lake to the Pacific Panama Canal locks. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm guessing there was probably something like 2 bodies of water in the country itself already. So the 3 appointed were, you know what I mean, from the ocean to the lake, and then the middle was from the lake to the lake, and then the 3rd was from the lake to the ocean on the other side. Buddy said, yo, watch me know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about canals. And you know, from my understanding, the Pacific Ocean is a pretty wild ocean, you know, compared to like the Atlantic Ocean. I don't know nothing about the waters, you know what I mean, in that one area. I don't even know what it's called. It's too pixelated. The letters are too pixelated for me to see what it's called. I don't even know what it's called. But like, I don't know what the water or the ocean conditions are like. I don't know if it's rough seas, if it's not rough seas, if it's just cool, calm, and collected seas. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know. But you know what I'm saying? Like, add those to, you know, figuring if it's going to need more of an 85-foot lift or less of an 85-foot lift. Stuff like that, comparatively. And who knows how many more man-made canals they've made since then, you know? So, you know, I'm sure there's like plenty of knowledge and all that other stuff and all that. But either way. On the 10th of October 1913, President Alexandra LaValle or Alexander? I don't know. Nice. The vessel crossed the canal from Atlantic in stages during the construction. Oh, dang, during the construction. That's wild. Yeah. That's wild. Finally reaching the Pacific on the 7th of January 1914. It was a year journey, but they were still building. The SS Cristobal, a cargo and passenger ship built by Maryland Steel and launched in 1902 as SS Trement. Trement, isn't that like a Louisiana thing? On the 3rd of August 1914 was the first ship to transit the canal from ocean to ocean. Tight. Look at them. Look at them. The construction of the canal was completed in 1914, 401 years after Panama was first crossed overland by the Europeans in Vasco Núñez de Balboa's party of conquistadores. The United States spent almost 500 million, roughly the equivalent to 16.1 billion of 2025 money, to finish the project. This was by far the largest American engineering project to date. The canal was formally opened on the 15th of August 1914 with the passage of the cargo ship SS Ancon. Yeah, I was gonna say Ancon is a city in Panama. So they got a Panamanian ship to cross it for the official. Nice. So they had 3 ships. They already had 3 ships run game on the canal. And then after the canal already had 3 ships run through it, they were like, all right, now you can have it. And then the opening of the Panama Canal in 1914 caused a severe drop in traffic along Chilean ports due to shifts in maritime trade routes. Dang. Yeah, that's right. But see, this is the whole thing that we're talking about. Alright, so they're getting into the whole thing that we're talking about. So, yeah, the whole thing that I'm talking about with this here. Welcome to the conversation. Welcome to the conversation. I'm just drawing pictures. You see how pixelated that is? You see how pixelated that is? The opening of the Panama Canal in 1914 caused a severe drop in traffic along Chilean ports due to shifts in maritime trade routes. Despite the closure of the canal for nearly 7 months after a landslide in the Culebra Cut on the 18th of September 1915, the burgeoning sheep farming business in southern Patagonia suffered a significant setback by the change in trade routes, as did the economy of the Falkland Islands. See, these are all things that you can now plan for. You know what I mean? All those issues are things that you can plan for. You could be like, yo, what about this? What about that? Like you cut through these 7 pixels right over here. You know what I mean? We create this island that's gonna play with, you know, A, B, and C. Throughout this time, Ernest Red Holland was hired by the Isthmian Canal Commission to document the progress of the work. In 1914, steam shovels from Panama Canal were purchased and put to use in, man, what's that word? Chuquicamata. Chuquicamata. Chuqui. Chuquicamata. Chuquicamata. Copper mine in northern Chile. Wow. Yeah. See? Like, they talk about all these robots and all these jobs and all this other stuff, and there ain't gonna be no jobs, and or this job is gonna matter, that job's not gonna matter. Like, you know, on both sides, there's arguments of both sides. It's everything that I always talk about as far as the yin yang, my logo, you know, everything like that. The balance and everything, you know, where technology is today and where jobs are at today. And, you know, the no job aspect doesn't have anything to do with the robots. There really ain't no robots. You know what I'm saying? And they say that you can get this job because of the robots, and then they also say on the other side you can get that job because of the robots. But at the end of the day, like, they're gonna have robots that use their brain, and then they're gonna have robots that use their body. In the same way that we have people who have jobs that use their brain, the same way that we have people who have jobs that use their body. The arguments on both sides show you, like robots ain't taking nothing from nobody. You know? Like, let me put it to you this way. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was like, when I say things like the whole world, everybody got everybody so scared. Oh, dang. They cut my stream? They cut my stream? Hold on. Don't cut my stream. Hold on, what happened? Am I still live? Am I still live? I never know no more. That looked like a hard cut. Now I really need to check. Hold on. Hold on. Now I really need to check. Let me pull one of these. Let me pull one of these while I really check to see if I'm still alive. Still live. Am I still alive? Am I still alive? And am I still alive? You know what I mean? Okay. Okay. Yo, my internet hit a hard cut. My internet hit a hard cut. As a matter of fact, just hold on right there. I'll be right back anyways, while I got you here. I mean, what are we at, 4 hours? Yo, snack time. Alright, am I still alive? Am I still alive? I never know these days. I never know these days. Am I still alive? Nice. It kind of looks like it. Boom. Alright. Yeah, what was I talking about? I was talking about robots, jobs in them, brain jobs, brawn jobs, whatever. Like, ain't none of it ready. 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 And I promise you, the second that they get something ready, it's gonna be one job at a time for one, what's the word I'm looking for? Like not subject matter, but job type. Like, it's gonna be one robot for one job market. So like, it's not gonna be like a whole fleet of robots that are gonna come in and then just like take out. It's not gonna be a whole fleet of robots that just come in and take out an entire industry. You know what I mean? It's gonna be one robot, like you know. I'm just gonna use a company for example. I'm not saying nothing about nothing, but like, I don't know, like a McDonald's or something like that. Like, it's gonna be one robot. They're still gonna have a whole team of people, but then they're gonna have one robot that just does that's gonna learn the stuff. And then that's just McDonald's. Like, every company's gonna need to do that because every company legally does everything differently. You know what I mean? And then every industry is going to be that. It's only going to be one robot that comes in and takes one person's job. Only one person is going to lose a job per business when these robots begin to take over the job market for real. Because right now it's still all just smoke and mirrors, man. You hear the robots is taking over one day, and then the next day you hear how it's like, nah, they're hiring for people. And it's like, what happened to the robots that supposedly took over that industry? Like, you know what I mean? I just heard the other day that AI ain't even AI. Like it's people. It's people. You know what I mean? Like that, me typing in the search bar Theodore Roosevelt voice, what it sound like, and then it gave me the picture of the other one, and then I had to look it up a second time, and I specified like the first Theodore, and then it gave me the right one, even though it gave me the right description on the first try, but the wrong picture, and then it gave me the right picture with the right description on the second try, with Theodore laughing, rolling in his grave laughing. Like, similar to that. It ain't ready. They ain't ready. They ain't ready. But when they do become ready, it's still only going to be one person per business that, you know what I mean? One person per department. And then it'll be like, you know what I mean? Like one person per yada yada yada, because legally all these businesses operate differently from one another. You know what I mean? They all have to have their own business quality, their own business nuance, their own business, what's the word? Niche. Legally. So they're going to need to send in just an individual robot per however many little things that need per department that need to be learned. You're still going to have a whole team of people. And we're still so far away from that. Like, no job is going nowhere. You know what I mean? I'm talking about that because I'm looking at the pictures of, you know what I mean, like the it has like these little pictures that I'm looking at right here on the screen right here. Like the first one is a Marion steam shovel excavating the Panama Canal. You know, the Panama Canal locks under construction. The first ship to transit. You know, Spanish laborers. Oh, that's George Washington Godels. That's what he looked like. And then a nautical chart. A nautical chart. Like, so I'm looking at all the stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's jobs. That's work. That's that. You know what that's not? That's not an offensive military force. Losing lives. That's a workforce. You know what I mean? That we already have the history and the knowledge to be able to accommodate hazard. We have the knowledge and the history and the ability to avoid, you know, unsafe conditions and all that other stuff. The military would still need to be required for the project because according to this, it's like a, you know what I mean, however many year project. It was like 20 years to build, renovate, and then continue building and then finish. It was essentially, you know, 10 years plus the 50-year babysitting that French company had to do. You know what I mean? But you get this thing done in one shot with everything that we know now, with all the engineers coming together and turning into bus around and saying, you could probably get this project done in 5 years, but that's still 5 years of a defense force that you're going to need because of how much you're going to be obstructing, you know what I mean, your little pinch point. Everybody so scared. I'm just over here laughing. I'm like, really? Really? A little pinch point, that's your argument? That's your whole thing? 5 years. 5 years, your pinch point ain't nothing. And we ain't even need to go do nothing offensive. Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me? We're about a quarter, not even a third, through this Wikipedia page. We're gonna U.S. control and handover to Panama, 1914 to 1999, the 95-year slide. The 95-year slide. America didn't want to let that one go. America didn't want to let that one go. Hey, I don't blame them. I'm over here asking for 1% in perpetuity. I'm over here asking for 1% in perpetuity. Y'all make this happen. Let me get 1% in perpetuity. You know what I'm saying? You, the 95-year pass. Yo, Microphone Vic ain't got nothing on that. You know what I mean? By the 1930s, water supply became an issue for the canal, prompting construction of the Madden Dam. Speaking of NFL, the Madden Dam across the Chagres River above Gutton Lake. Completed in 1935, the dam created Madden Lake, later Lake Alajuela. Shout out to Abuela, which provides additional water storage for the canal. In 1939, construction began on a further major improvement, a new set of locks large enough to carry the large warships that the United States was building at the time and planned to continue building. The work proceeded several years, and significant excavation was carried out on the new approach channels. What? Carried out on new approach channels. But the project was canceled after World War II. See, that's the part I was kind of... I thought I was going to have to look that up, but apparently I don't have to look that up. I was going to, I was thinking about not just shipping containers, of course, but I was also thinking about aircraft carriers and warships and all that other stuff. Even though I'm talking about a defense force and a project to provide jobs, nothing offensive. I'm not ignorant, and I was wondering if the width of the Panama Canal fits for warships, and it addressed it right there. I thought I was gonna have to look it up, but apparently it already does. So, you know what I mean? Like Emiratis, are you listening? Emiratis, are you listening? After World War II, U.S. control of the canal and the canal zone surrounding it became contentious. Relations between Panama and the United States became increasingly tense. Many Panamanians felt that the zone rightfully belonged to Panama. That's what happens when you got hundreds of years of student protests were met by the fencing in of the zone and increased the military presence there. Demands for the United States to hand over the canal to Panama increased after the Suez Crisis in 1956. Oh, dang, the Suez had a crisis on top of that, but in 1956, so they're talking way later. After World War II, way after World War II. World War II was, 1945. The Suez Crisis was 1956, 11 years later, and this would be after that. Dang. Yo. Now, remember, the U.S. was still paying, what was it, like a quarter mil? Like a quarter mil to Panama for every year? Or something like that? In their agreement? A 95-year slide, yo. 95-year slide. But yeah, the Suez Canal had a crisis, huh? Dang, so buddy, French Canal buddy, dang, he ain't even anticipate for that. I wonder what the Suez Crisis was. I mean, I'm not gonna look it up, but I wonder. When the United States used financial and diplomatic pressure to force France and the UK to abandon their attempt to retake control of the Suez Canal, previously nationalized by the Nasser regime in Egypt. Panamanian unrest culminated in riots on Martyrs' Day. Not Mother's Day, Martyrs' Day, the 9th of January, 1964, when about 20 Panamanians and 3 to 5 U.S. soldiers were KIA'd. Dang. Okay. Yeah, I wonder where the Suez Canal is located in relevant to Panama Canal. Either way. Okay. So yeah, if you're looking at about, I call it generation 15 years. So if you're talking 1964, you're talking a good, what is that, four generations later. 4 generations later, the grandparents of that time would have been going. So then, like, the misunderstandings would start kicking in. So it makes sense that the people would, like, kind of, like, rebel. You know what I mean? Demands to hand over the canal to Panama would increase, you know, by the time that stuff like that started happening. You know what I mean? Stuff like that doesn't make sense to me at this point. Like, if we understand, like, if world peace is your goal, you know, little things like bygone generations shouldn't be an issue, you know. A decade later, in 1974, negotiations towards a settlement began and resulted in the Torrijos-Carter treaties. Yo, I'm gonna make a bag called Torrijos. Torrijos. You know what I mean? Nice bag of chips, Torrijos. You know, throw some spice on them or something like that, like a little spicy chip. That's what I'm talking about. Make a commercial with Antonio Banderas and Benicio del Toro and have them both with Torrijos. You know, they're delicious. Look at that. Already, you know, copy mark, trademark, you know, slogan, brand. It's that quick for me. On the 7th of September 1977, the treaty was signed by President of the United States Jimmy Carter and Omar Torrijos, de facto leader of Panama. Yo, shout out to Panama. This mobilized the process of granting the Panamanians free control of the canal so long as Panama signed a treaty guaranteeing the permanent neutrality of the canal. This is my point. The treaty led to full Panamanian control effective at noon on the 31st of December 1999, and the Panama Canal Authority, ACP, assumed command of the waterway. The Panama Canal remains one of the chief revenue sources for Panama. Of course it does. Before this handover, the government of Panama held an international bid to negotiate a 25-year contract for operation of the container shipping ports located at the canal's Atlantic and Pacific outlets. The contract was not affiliated with the ACP or Panama Canal operations and was won by the firm Hutchison Whampoa. Hutchison Whampoa. That's a cool name though. A Hong Kong-based shipping interest owned by Li Ka-shing. Yeah, Li Ka-shing. For reals. Ka-shing. You know? I bet that's what they said back in 1999. The 21st century. Alright, so this is a good 15 years after that. That's crazy. In 2015, Hutchison Whampoa merged with the Cheng Kong Group and was renamed CK Hutchison Holdings. Wow. CK got top billing on that one. I bet Japan was mad. You know what I mean? Just added to the list of reasons why Japan mad at China. I mean, I don't know. I don't know nothing. I know something. Alright, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just reading Wikipedia, like, allow me to say it now that we're 4.5 hours into this one. You know what I said it a while back, so maybe, you know, if you're just joining now, like, I'm just reading what they say, what the expresses and opinions and concerns and facts of Wikipedia do not reflect those of the Andrew Glaszewski experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just reading over here, I'm drawing pictures for you. You know what We'll probably get back to the pictures in a minute, who knows? Because of what I'm about to say. So, you know what I'm saying? I like my ad revenue. This ain't one of those. Don't do that. Trump administration comments and reactions on the 21st of December 2024, then U.S. President-elect Donald Trump asserted that the United States should retake control of the Panama Canal from Panama, claiming that the rates Panama was charging America's ships were exorbitant and in violation of the Torrijos-Carter treaties. I'm gonna make a Torrijos chip bag and put some jalapeno seasoning on it. The following day, he claimed that the canal was falling into the wrong hands, referring to China. Shortly after Trump's comments, Panamanian President Jose Raul Mulino responded denying that the United States was being unfairly charged for, or that anyone besides Panama was in full control of the canal, and affirming that the canal was part of the country's unalienable patrimony. When was I talking about what China wanted? Didn't I tell y'all what China wanted? I was like, remember when I said it maybe 1-2 streams ago? I was like, yo, a lot of people don't know about this one. And then I came up, oh yeah, that was Plan BBB. Plan BBB. You were supposed to bring a beef and bean burrito to the 5-year-old emperor of China so that they could show you how camels hump. You were supposed to use your brick and mortar percentages talk, business slick that you got in order to, you know what I mean, create an armistice. An armistice that would rival that of a 2,000-year war. You ain't want to listen to me. You ain't want to listen to me. How'd that work out for you? So China went elsewhere, went looking elsewhere. And now they've gone full Salem witch trials. Now they're going full Salem witch trials. Just like the C.K. Hutchison Holdings company. I hear people are shaking hands, is all I'm saying. I ain't gonna say nothing. Though the Hong Kong company Hutchison Port Holdings does have a concession to operate 2 ports near the ends of canal, the Balboa port, the Rocky Balboa port on the Pacific side and the Cristobal port on the Atlantic side. Neither these ports nor the company control access to the canal. 3 other ports near the canal's ends are operated by companies from Taiwan and Singapore and joint venture from the United States and Panama. The government of Panama receives dividends from the Hutchison concession, but the locks and marine traffic control are run independently by the Panama Canal Authority, and the harbor pilots that guide the ships are Panamanian. Emiratis, are you listening? Hey, how about the world? The world, are you listening? I broadcast to the entire planet. This is a one-man operation over here. And when I say I talk to all of y'all, I mean I'm talking to all of y'all. Are you listening? You see how that works? Like Emiratis, are you seeing how this works? We already got the history and everything. We already got the know-how and everything. Nobody wants to launch any sort of offensive. I'm talking about launching a defensive as well as launching a project that can create many a job for many a people, many a places. You want to talk about how this may affect trade? Let's talk about how this may affect trade. You own the canal. Trade owns the ports. How does that squeaky door sound to you now? How does that island look to you now? How does kicking your feet up and providing jobs and just chilling back with a defense force sound to you now? How does in 5 to 10 years being able to look across the pond and be like, you can have that there, sound to you now? See, 4 hours ago, it probably sounded a little silly. On the 24th of December, that's Christmas Eve, if you're counting, a protest was held at the U.S. Embassy in Panama City over Trump's threat to take back the Panama Canal. Protesters referred to him as a public enemy of Panama on the same day. Don't wonder why Trump don't like me. on the same day, the Bolivarian Alliance of the Peoples of Our America, ALBA, hey, shout out to Jessica, made up of 10 Central and South American countries, denounced Trump's comments and affirmed its support for Panama's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-determination. You know, Jessica got my back. You know, Jessica got my back. Jessica. I can't make this up. I can't make this up. Like I said, this is Wikipedia. I'm just reading, you know what I mean? Like, they don't reflect. They don't reflect, is what I'm saying. In a 7th of January 2025 press conference, Trump vowed to gain control of the Panama Canal. He refused to rule out economic and military action against Panama to seize control of the canal to secure what he called U.S. economic security. He reiterated his intent to take back control of the canal in his inaugural address on the 20th of January. No wonder why Trump don't like me. No wonder why Trump don't like me. You know what I mean? When your little pinch point is your argument, no wonder why Trump don't like me. On the 5th of February, the United States Department of State posted on Twitter, they're still calling it Twitter, you didn't listen to Plan BBB, how'd that work out for you? Now we got the Salem witch trial finger coming from the 5-year-old emperor of China. How'd that work out for you? How'd that work out for you? You ain't listening to me. You listening now? We're only on letter C. We're only on letter C. There's 26 letters in the alphabet, and then I'm sure by the time I get there, you know what I mean? You know I got more. You know I got more. On the 5th of March 2025, the American investment company BlackRock announced that a consortium, including also Global Infrastructure Partners and Terminal Investment Limited, would buy CK Hutchison 80% holding in Hutchison Port Holdings, which owns ports at either end of the canal, right? According to the New York Times, the Hong Kong-based Lee family, Lees are the ones that said, Kashing, you know what I'm saying? That's them. The Lee family felt under political pressure to exit the port's business. Discussions with BlackRock about the Panama Canal had begun only a few weeks prior, coinciding with the beginning of the Trump administration. In early 2026, man, that wasn't that long ago, the Panama High Court ruled that the concessions offered to Hong Kong firm CK Hutchison Holdings were unconstitutional and canceled their contract. Panama's government confirmed that the operations at the canal would not be affected by the decision. On the 23rd of February 2026, that was just a little bit ago, the Panama Maritime Authority took over operations of the ports Balboa and Cristobal. Yo, shout out to Panama. Panama said, yeah, that's ours now. Panama took back. It didn't even take back. Panama just took what was theirs. I mean, they wanted it for like, what, 50 years plus? Panama wanted it for 50 years plus at this point. So, what's up, Pixel? What do these little pictures say? Balboa Port on the Pacific side, Colon Port on the Caribbean side. Yeah. Dang, so Panama got the canal and they got the two ports on the edges. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I mean? They're not talking about how they did that. But you know what I mean? With them saying, you know, Rubio having to fix his words by saying expects. May kind of know. May kind of know how Panama did that. Canal layout. Wait, wasn't there something that I wanted to talk about? Nah. It's all pretty self-explanatory. You know, I'm sure they're smart enough at the Emiratis to know what I'm saying. Canal layout. While globally the Atlantic Ocean is east of the isthmus and the Pacific is west, the general direction of the canal passage from the Atlantic to the Pacific is from northwest to southeast. Because of the shape of the isthmus at the point the canal occupies, the Bridge of the Americas in Spanish is called Puente de las Americas. At the Pacific side is about a third of a degree east of the Colon end of the Atlantic side. Oh wow. Oh, okay, so that's sharp. Still in formal nautical communications, the simplified direction southbound and northbound are used. Satellite image showing the location of the Panama Canal dense jungle are visible in the green top by the clouds. Yeah. Wow. So I'm looking at my picture. I just cut the thinnest landmass. But yeah, but the map that I had didn't account for the lakes inside the land. And you know, like I said, I do this live. You think I know they were cutting through lakes and utilizing lakes and all that stuff? I mean, it makes sense. I didn't even know they had lakes in Panama. I was like, dang, they could fit lakes in there. A little skinny piece of land. The canal consists of artificial lakes, several improved and artificial channels. The multiple sets of locks. The original locks take ships up to Panamax size and the new expansion locks up to the Neo-Panamax size. An additional artificial lake, Alajuela, shout out to Abuela Lake, known during the American administration as Madden Lake, acts as a reservoir for the canal. The layout of the canal, as seen by the ship passing from the Atlantic to the Pacific, is yeah. No, they got a whole diagram here. Look like a car engine. You know what I mean? Look like a whole look like everything. Look like everything that a mechanic would work on. Mechanic like, look at the axle right there. Mechanic looking at it, but like, no, I can see the carburetor. You know what I mean? You got the criminals like, oh, there's another catalytic converter over there. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Alright. From the formal marking line of the Atlantic entrance, one enters Limon Bay, Bahia Limon, a large natural harbor. The entrance runs 8.9 kilometers, 5.5 miles. It provides a deep... I could tell somebody else wrote that because now they're going from kilometers to miles instead of miles to kilometers like they were doing earlier. It provides a deep water port, Cristobal, with facilities like multimodal cargo exchange, to and from train, and the Cologne Free Trade Zone, a free port. A 2-mile channel forms the approach to the locks from the Atlantic side. Gatton Locks, the Panamax, or the Agua Clara Locks, Neo-Panamax, are a 3-stage flight of locks 2 kilometers long. The lift ships to the Gatton Lake level, some 27 meters, 87 feet. Oh man, they didn't even have to add that much. 87 feet. They were originally talking about 85 feet. They didn't even have to add that much. Look at that. Gatton Lake, an artificial lake formed by the building of Gatton Dam, carries vessels 24 kilometers or 15 miles across the isthmus. It is a summit canal stretch fed by the Gatton River and emptied by basic lock operations. From the lock, the Chagres River, a natural waterway enhanced by the damming of Gatton Lake, runs about 5.25 miles. Here, the upper Chagres River feeds the high-level canal stretch. Where is the Chagres River? I've been talking about that one for a while now. Alright, so they're saying Chagres is right here, right in the middle. There. I don't know, man. But either way, yeah, that's a cool system. That's a cool system. That's a cool system right there. But, you know, I'm sure you could do something similar in the Emirates. I don't know how many lakes you got in that peninsula that you're going to turn into an island. You know what I mean? Playing C, playing catch up. You know what I mean? You got S-tier players that are 5 years behind. You got S-tier players that are 5 years behind. You know what I mean? This is Plan C catch up. It's Plan C catch up for y'all. You know what I mean? Yo, Pixel Bell said she's following me on YouTube, except she's not. That's if she is even a she. There we go. So yeah. Oh yeah, where's the Culebra Cut? Culebra Cut. That's also right in the middle, right next to the Chagres. All right. So Culebra was in the middle. I thought Culebra would have been towards the coast. Dang. Alright. So crazy. So crazy. Passes under the Centennial Bridge. The route then splits depending on the size of the ship. Oh, wow. Yeah. Insert joke. Pacific side entrance in the administration building. For Panamax ships, the single stage Pedro Miguel lock, which is they called it Pedro Miguel lock, which is almost a mile long, is the first part of the descent with a lift of Panamax ships then proceed to the artificial Miraflores Lake. Okay. Nice, so the natural one, so they have a small natural one and then they have a larger unnatural one. Okay. For Neo-Panamax ships, these are only one set of locks. These are the Kokali locks, which are not to be confused with Kokiri. Alright, we're not in Hyrule. This isn't the Kokiri village. The Kokali. Neo-Panamax ships, there is only one set of locks. These are the Kokali locks, which are 3-stage flight of locks. From the Miraflores to Kokali locks. The ship reaches Balboa Harbor again with multimodal exchange provision. Here the railways meet the shipping route again, along with the several large container terminals. Nearby is Panama City. From the harbor, an entrance-exit channels leads to the Pacific Ocean, Gulf of Panama. 8 1/4 miles from the Miraflores locks, passing under the Bridge of the Americas. Thus, the total length of the canal is 50 miles. Okay, so they're even talking about they include the lifts, which is whatever. But yeah. 2017, it took ships an average of 11.38 hours to pass between the canal's 2 outer locks. 11 hours. What did it take the ships back in the 1800s? What did it say? First crossover land by the Europeans. Largest American engineer. Formally opened with the passage of the cargo SS Ancon. It took 1 year for the first ship, from 1913 to 1914. October 1913 to August 1914, it took the first ship to pass. So it took a year for the first ship, and that was while they were still under construction. You know what I mean? Before they made an official pass. But nowadays it takes 11 hours. Well, 12 hours. You know what I mean? You're gonna stop, you're gonna eat a sandwich and all that other stuff. You're gonna chill, take in the sights, whatever, you know, like 12 hours. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Coordinates. Don't need that. Gatun Lake. Created in 1913 by the damming Chagres River, and Gatun Lake is the key part of the Panama Canal, providing the millions of liters of water necessary to operate its locks, and each time the ship passes through. At time of formation, Gatun Lake was the largest human-made lake in the world. Gatun Lake provides the water used to raise and lower vessels in the canal, gravity fed into each set of locks. You know, I hear about all these projects that they're doing all the way over there. I don't know, you know what I mean? Y'all see how good I am at geography. But they got projects over there. They're like making islands. They're building, you know, cities. out of islands. They're importing sand to make islands. Like the islands ain't even made out of like just natural volcanic, you know what I mean? Like they're not naturally formed. Like you got all these projects going on over there. I don't know nothing about nothing, but like there's projects going on over there that's like that. And all I'm saying is, like, you could do a project like this. Is it a pretty community? No. But does it, you know what I mean, create less beef? Yeah. Does it create less beef? Does it create less problems? You know what I mean? Does it make your little pinch point argument moot? Yeah. Lock size. Because of the importance of the canal to international trade, many ships are built to the maximum size allowed. Look at that. Look at that. You already got a whole industry of ships being built to the size of the Panama Canal. And then you still have the ports of like smaller ships and then larger ships. And we've already established that it fits warships, which I imagine may include aircraft carriers, since I wonder if it would. As far as like just having to park a boat on the outside, not as far as like a aircraft carrier, they could probably just be parked on the outside. They probably don't even need to get all up in there. That's more for like trade and all that. So, but yeah. For its first century, the width and length of ships that may transit the canal was limited to the Pedro Miguel locks. Their draft by the canal's minimum 41 feet depth and their height by the main span of the bridge in the Americas at Balboa. Ships built to those limits are known as Panamax vessels. The Panamax cargo ships typically has deadweight tonnage of 65,000 to 80,000 tons. 65,000 to 80,000 tons. How many tons does an aircraft carrier weigh? Between 80,000 and 100,000 tons. So the Panama Canal can accommodate the smallest aircraft carriers, meaning the oldest aircraft carriers, essentially. We've made larger aircraft carriers since then that don't fit through the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal cannot accommodate them. You know what I mean? I imagine it makes traversing vessels a little bit tedious, you know? But again, like, who cares about that? Like, if world peace is your aim, if it ain't, you don't speak. But yeah, the largest aircraft carrier vessels are only, they're only 20% larger. So you would only have to make a canal, 25% larger than that of the Panama Canal. 25% stronger than that of the Panama Canal. With 100 years of engineering on 10% on top of that 100 years since then, all your engineers turning into bus around saying, It's easy. You know what I mean? Creating an artificial lake. You could probably turn your island. You could probably turn that island that you're gonna turn into an island. You could probably make an artificial lake out of that, and make a transitory pump out of all the cubic metric sand grains that's gonna be in that island. You know what I mean? Turn that island into a bubble. You know what I mean? A little water bubble. And sit there and you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? 25%. You know what I mean? After 100 years, that ain't even all that much. They ain't even all that much. I thought it was gonna be so much worse. I was like, this is where this whole argument goes down. Nope. All right. But its actual cargo is restricted to about 52 and a half tons, or 52,000 and a half tons, sorry, because of the canal's draft restrictions within the canal. The longest ship ever to transit the canal was the San Juan Prospector, now Marcona Prospector. Dang, they selling boats. They selling long ships. Where's the long ship market? You know what I'm saying? An ore bulk oil carrier. That is 296.57 meters or 973 feet long, with a beam of 32 meters or 106 feet. I don't know what any of that means. You know what I mean? That's that boat talk. That's that boat talk. Initially, the locks of the Gutton were designed to be 94 feet wide. In 1908, the United States Navy requested that the width be increased to at least 118 feet to allow the passage of large warships. A compromise was made and the locks were built 33 and a half or 110 feet. Yeah, so they met them right, kind of right in the middle. Each lock is 1,000 feet long, with the walls ranging in thickness from 15 or from 50 feet. Is it the meters and the feet thing, man? Is you know what I'm saying? It's throwing all these stats at me. At the base of 10 feet. 50 feet at the base, 10 feet at the top. You know what I mean? That's that structural integrity and all that. The central wall between the parallax locks and the Gatton is 60 feet thick and over 80 feet high. You could turn that island into an artificial lake, a bubble. You could probably have the ocean sit there and feed it. You know what I mean? Use the ocean to sit there and feed the lake and let the lake feed the canal. The steel lock gates measure an average of 6.5 feet thick, 64 feet wide, and 66 feet high. Dang. That's some crazy gates. That is a crazy gate. That is a crazy gate. That's a crazy gate. Panama Canal pilots were initially unprepared to handle the flight decks of aircraft carriers, which protrude beyond the hull on either side of the ship. I was starting to worry about that. When USS Saratoga made her first trip through the Gatton locks in 1928. Okay. Wow, they already had aircraft carriers in 1928. Dope. The ship knocked over all the concrete lamps posts along the canal. Yo. Oh, the looks on the people's faces that saw that. The looks on the people's faces that saw that. Their mouth must have been ajar. In 2016, a decade-long expansion project created larger locks, allowing bigger ships to transit through deeper and wider channels. The allowed dimensions of ships using these locks increased by 25% in length, 51% in beam, and 26% in draft, as defined by Neo-Panamax metrics. What'd I say? What'd I say? 25%. What'd I say? 25%. Come on. Come on. Who's better than me? Who's better than me? Nobody. Tolls. See, this is the part that you want to hear about. This is the part that you want to hear about. Remember, you own the canal. Trade owns the ports. You get an island, you can stand and look across the pond and be like, you can head out there. Ain't nothing but benefits. Ain't nothing but benefits. Defense force as opposed to an offense force. Ain't nothing but benefits. Tolls. As with the toll road, vessels transiting the canal must pay tolls. Tolls for the canal are set by the Panama Canal Authority and are based on the vessel type. 1st, 2016. How dare you? How dare you? See, now you can't trust this no more. The opinions of Wikipedia does not reflect those of the Andrew Kloszewski experience. Effective April 1st, 2016, the toll went from a U.S. value of $74 per loaded container to $60 per TEU capacity, plus $30 per loaded container for a potential $90 per TEU when the ship is full. A Panamax container ship may carry up to 4,400 TEU. The toll is calculated differently for passenger ships and for container ships carrying no cargo in ballast. As of April 1st, 2016, the ballast rate is a U.S. value of $60, down from $65.60 per TEU. I mean, you're talking, what is that, like a 7%? It's about 7%. It's less than 10%, but yeah. Yeah, getting the ballast rate down like that, you know what I mean? Tight work. Tight work since 2016. Tight work since 2016. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Alright. Passenger vessels in excess of 30 tons pay a rate based on the number of berths. That is the number of passengers that can be accommodated in permanent beds. Since April 1st, 2016, the per berth charge is $111 for unoccupied berths and $138 for occupied berths in the Panamax locks. Dang. $27 to accommodate for 12 hours per person. Dang. Starting in 2007, the fee has greatly increased the tolls for such ships. Passenger vessels of less than 30,000 tons or less Then 33 tons per passenger are charged according to the same per ton schedule as our freighters. Almost all major cruise ships have more than 33 tons per passenger. The rule of thumb for cruise line comfort is generally given a minimum of 40 tons per passenger. Yeah, that's a lot of math. That's a lot of math. Most other types of vessels pay toll per PC, UMS, Nel ton, in which 1 ton is actually a volume of 100 cubic feet. The circulation tonnage of commercial vessels is quite complex. It sounds like it. As a fiscal year 2016, the toll is a US dollar value of $5.25 per ton for the first 10,000 tons, and $5.14 per ton for the next 10,000 tons. Okay. And $5.06 per ton thereafter. All right, so they got, you know what I mean? They got a 3-level thing. You're talking about a 100-ton aircraft carrier. You know what I mean? That's some money. Is all I'm saying. Are you listening? Are you listening? I'm just saying. 5 to 10 years, you can have this project done. 5 to 10 years, you can have this project done, and you can, you know what I mean? You could leave them over there with their squeaky door. Ask them how their WD-40 is looking. As with container ships, reduced tolls are charged for freight ships and ballast. $4.19, $4.12, $4.05, respectively. In April 2016, a more complicated toll system was introduced, having a Neo-Panamax locks at higher rates. In some cases, natural gas transport has a new separate category and other changes. In October 2017, there were modified tolls and categories of tolls in effect. Small, less than 125-foot vessels, up to 583 PCUMS, I don't know what any of that means, net tons when carrying passengers or cargo, or up to 735, loaded displacement tons, assessed minimum tolls, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Either way, sounds like they were doing work 2015, 2016, they started doing work on the numbers. You know what I mean? So the numbers are pretty updated to almost, you know what I mean? Pretty much current day. So you'll even have a monetary system. You know what I mean? You gauge your trade money with that of the Americas trade money in, you know what I mean, mostly Panama and all that. Then you can pretty much ratio off of that whether it's more or less. And if I had to guess, it's probably more, since it's such a crucial pinch point. Morgan Adams of Los Angeles, California, was the first toll received by the U.S. government for the use of the Panama Canal by a pleasure boat. His boat, La Sara, passed through the zone on the 14th of August, 1914. Oh, that wasn't even all that much, man. That was so quick. 1914. I thought they were like 2014 or something. They let them through real quick. They're like, yeah, get the pleasure boat through. The crossing occurred during a 10,000 kilometer or 6,000 mile sea voyage from Jacksonville, Florida to Los Angeles. The most expensive regular toll for canal passage to date was charged in April 2010 to the cruise ship Norwegian Pearl, which paid a U.S. value of $375,000. I was going to say in 600 cents. $375,600. The average toll is around a U.S. value of $54,000. Yo, $54,000 on average. The highest fee for priority passage charged through the transit slot auction system was $220,300. Paid in August 2006. Priority passage. I wonder what that accounts for. Priority passage. Either way. By the Panamax tanker Aricosa, bypassing a 90 I was gonna say they get to cut people in line, bypassing a 90 ship queue waiting for the end of maintenance work on the Gatton locks and avoiding a 7-day delay. Whoa. They got to cut. They only had to pay almost 200 times more money. They really had to get that boat through. They had to pay 200 times the amount of money to pass 90 ships. Oh, look who's here. The lowest toll ever paid was 36 cents, equivalent to $6.75 in 2025 by American Richard Halliburton. Wait, it's only 10 a.m. Hey, y'all remember? Y'all remember when I used to work out at 3 p.m. and at 3 p.m. the maintenance service would be there, the landscaping would be there at 3 p.m. So in order to like avoid that, I used to I was like, alright, then I'll have to do it earlier than that. So I started doing the workouts at like 11 a.m. You know what I mean? 4 hours, like a 4-hour difference. And then the landscaping service, all of a sudden, just as I made the change, also made the change to start doing landscaping at 11 a.m. right at the same time as my workout videos. I wonder what that was about. You remember when that happened? You remember when that happened? Now look, now it's 10. Now it's 10 a.m. Now it's 10 a.m. I can't make this stuff up. I can't make it up. I can't make this stuff up. Am I still live? I never know these days. I mean, it looks like it. It looks like it. Yo, Pixelbell talking like I know her personally. Pixelbell talking like I know her personally. That's if she is or her. You know what I mean? Pixel said she was following me on YouTube. No, she isn't. No, she isn't. She just finds out that I'm streaming on Twitch and then avoids Twitch because of the ads. So then she goes onto YouTube where she doesn't follow me. And then she talks to me there because, you know, no ads on my YouTube channel. Not enough of you following, liking, and subscribing. G Mr. Drew on YouTube. You know what I mean? G Mr. Drew on YouTube. I need as many as I need in order for, you know what I mean, to get that whole YouTube, whatever, like get me there. Yeah, whatever the words are for YouTube. Partner plus push. Where we going? 5.5 hours. We're going 5.5 hours now. I just ran we're only halfway through this article. 5.5 hours. We're only halfway through this article. You know what I mean? Like, So every single last one of you, get you and all your friends, go ahead and follow me, and then all y'all need to go ahead and get on Pixel and be like, Pixel, you said you were following him, you ain't following him, and then, you know what I mean, and then she'd be like, oh, but they found out, like, yo, G Mr. Drew on all socials, G Mr. Drew on X, my account is suspended. I don't even know what happened there. Somebody hacked my account the day before, on the 9th, because it was still working on the 9th, and then by the 10th, when I went to go check in on it, it was like, psh, what you checking in for? You're suspended on my X account, but it's still G Mr. Drew on X. It's still suspended, but you go follow that one there too. You know what I mean? Go follow that one there too. Someone hacked my account and then probably posted something inappropriate and then got my account on got my account locked up. G Mr. Drew on Patreon, go ahead and get that commission, you know what I mean? G Mr. Drew on the Blue Wings, it's safe for work, you don't gotta worry about nothing. Get everybody everywhere, all of you get on all of that stuff. We're only halfway through this. We're gonna get to the video editing. I swear, we're just playing catch up right now, you know what I mean? I had to go ahead and talk to the leaders of the world about Plantsy, because they didn't want to listen to Plan A, how that worked out for them, not that great. I already told them about Plan B, that was Plan BBB, because the only way to defeat a BB is with a BBB. They didn't listen to me then. How'd that work out for them? Now we're getting the Salem witch trials finger pointed at us by a 5-year-old emperor of China or something like that. You know what I mean? Now I gotta introduce y'all to Plan C. This is playing catch up, because we got S tier class players that are 5 years behind, getting ran through the rigmarole. You better ask somebody. You better talk to your friends. You better ask somebody. You better talk to your friends. S tier players. Y'all are behind 5 years. All right, where are we at? Oh yeah, the lowest toll paid was 36 cents. That was crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said, yeah, you go 36 cents. It must have been one of, Hey Heron, what was his name? Hey Heron? You know what I mean? The original Panamanian that signed the document for the treaty and all that to get the Panamanians in and all. You know what I mean? And cut out Colombia. They were like, yo, hey Heron. Hey Heron, come meet Goebbels over here, whatever their name was. Either way, efficiency and maintenance. You know what I mean? This is the part that you care about. You know what I mean? You care about the money making part, but you also care about the efficiency you don't have to worry about, because you're gonna get rid of that whole pinch point argument for the rest of the planet. You know what I mean? So efficiency, it's the most efficient thing you can do. And maintenance, you know what I mean? Engineers looking like Busta Rhymes. You give them a nice hotel somewhere, you know what I mean, or a nice what do they call those things? A nice timeshare over there. You know what I'm saying? And you'll have engineers looking like Busta Rhymes 2 times, looking at the timeshare like, Opponents to the 1977 Torrijos-Carter treaties. I'm gonna make a bag of Torrijos and tell you how terrific there are. Feared the efficiency and maintenance would suffer following the U.S. withdrawal from the Panama Canal Zone. However, this has been proven not to be the case. In 2004, it was reported that the canal operations capitalizing on practices developed during the American administration were improving under Panamanian control. Shout out to Panama, you know what I mean? Canal waters times CWT, the average time it takes a vessel to navigate the canal, including waiting time, is a key measure of efficiency. In the first decade, now I gotta turn this back down. Where am I at? The average time it takes a vessel to navigate the canal, including waiting time, is a key measure of efficiency. In the first decade of the 2000s, it ranged between 20 and 30 hours, which is crazy compared to the 11 hours or 12 hours that it said it took. According to the ACP, the accident rate has also not changed appreciably in the past decade, which is a good sign, varying between 10 and 30 accidents each year from about 14,000 total annual transits, which is nothing. An official accident is one in which a formal investigation is requested and conducted. 13,233, falling to 12,855 in 2009. Okay. The canal's fiscal year, it's still up. It's still up. Like, if I was them, I'd be like, yo, it's still up. Don't look at me, it's still up. The canal's fiscal year runs from October to September. This has been coupled with a steady rise in average ship size and the numbers of Panamax vessels passing through the canal. The total tonnage carried rose from 227.9 million PCUMS tons in fiscal year of 1999 and then recorded a high of 312.9 million tons in 2007 and falling to 299.1 million tons in 2009. We're still up. That one's even up even more than the other one. The tonnage for fiscal 2013, 14, 15 was 320.6, 326.8, 340.8. It's going up. Million PCUMS tons carried on 13,660, 13,481, 13,874. Is way up. Is way up. Transit, respectively, is way up. It goes up. See? Yo, am I still live? Am I still live? Am I still live? Yo, it goes up. Emiratis, are you listening to me? America, are you listening to me? The world, are you listening to me? Emiratis owning the canal and all the trade, owning the ports, are you listening to me? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Are you listening to me? Alright. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if they're listening to me. Yo, I'm about to go put on another pot of coffee and dry my lips out some more. Dry my lips out some more. Look at me, I'm ready for my close-up. Look at me. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, it goes up. It goes up. There are no downsides to this. I mean, the biggest W is eliminating the argument of the pinch point, the value of a problematic area. Eliminate the problem. That's the biggest W here. Like, yeah, we're talking canal, we're talking money, we're talking trade, we're talking all that other stuff. We're talking a 5 to 10 year long project, you know what I mean? We're talking about increasing jobs and all that other stuff, but at the same time, we're talking about a less offensive war, a more defensive war, and talking about the biggest W, which is eliminating a problematic area. You don't even gotta hurt nobody. You don't even gotta hurt nobody. You don't even gotta hurt nobody. You don't gotta hurt nobody. You eliminate a problem without hurting nobody. You don't gotta hurt nobody. You ain't gotta hurt nobody. And you're still eliminating a problematic area. Watch your doors get squeaky. Ask them how that WD-40 looking. You know what I mean? When their doors start sounding like that bubble ass water thermos thing I got over there, whatever that thing is. Y'all hear it every time I crack it open. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You know what I mean? That's what their door is gonna sound like. That's what their whole door is gonna sound like. You're gonna be on the island that's pumping water back into the canal. You know what I mean? She's being like, yo, you can have that there. Every time it squeaks, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? We're gonna trade and import those rats that they throw onto the ice rink. They throw, we got a hockey heritage that you don't know about over there probably. You probably don't know about the hockey heritage that we got over here. But the hockey heritage, they got these little rats that they swing around and they throw them on the ice and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Every time their doors squeak, you're gonna be on the island and be like, you can have that there, and then you could throw one of them rats across the pond over to them and be you know what I mean? Remind them how squeaky their door is. Ask them about how that WD-40 looked to them. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's go. It goes up. In the first decade after the transfer to Panamanian control, the Panama Canal Authority, ACP, invested nearly US value of $1 billion in widening and modernizing the canal with the aim of increasing capacity by 20%. We read this part already. They're just copy and pasted it from the earlier section. The ACP cites a number of major improvements, including the widening and straightening of the Culebra cut to reduce restrictions on passing vessels. Yeah, because they knocked down all those lampposts, they probably put up some more lampposts, and now they're like, could have put the lampposts out a little bit further. We could have fit some bigger boats in there, something like that. The deepening of the navigational channel in Gutton Lake to reduce draft restrictions. And improve water supply and deepening of the Atlantic and Pacific entrances to the canal. This is supported by the new equipment such as new drill barge and suction dredger, and an increase in the tugboat fleet by 20%. Come on, man. What'd I say? 25%. Who's better than me? You know what I mean? Knowing the Emiratis, one of them probably licking their lips and like, yo, man, make it 30. Make it 30%. And they'll be like, all right, calm down. Improvements have been made to the canal's operating machinery, including an increase and improved tug locomotive fleet, the replacement of more than 16 kilometers or 10 miles of locomotive track, and new lock machinery controls. Improvements have been made to the traffic management system to allow more efficient control over ships in the canal. That's what I'm saying, man. Engineers is taking care of this. In December 2010, record-breaking rains caused a 17-hour closure of the canal. This was the first closure since the U.S. invasion of Panama in 1989. Man, remember when I read about that like 3 hours ago? The rains also caused an access road to the Centenario Bridge to collapse. I don't think we worried about rain in your region. I don't think we worried about rain in your region, but what do I know? I don't know. But I don't think we worried about rain in your region. You don't even gotta worry about the rain. You know what I mean? I don't know what the water, ocean levels, you know what I mean? High tide, low tide, I don't know what any of that looks like for you. But you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you ain't gotta worry about rain in your region. As far as I know. You know what I mean? As far as I know. Like, what do these pictures say? Gut and lock showing the mule locomotives at work. That's that tugboat system. Mule in the Miraflores locks. That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like a tank. There we go. There we go. That's not a tugboat, that's a tug tank. We got a little tug tank system. Call it a mule. We'll call it a camel. We'll call it a camel. You know what I mean? Where you're at. It's not a mule, it's a camel. Got a little tug camel over here. You know what I mean? You get a couple of them, we call them the humps. You know what I mean? That's hump number 1, that's hump number 2. Look at me, I'm already helping you. Already helping you with this. Capacity. The canal handles more vessels traffic than had ever been envisioned by its builders. In 1934, it was estimated that the maximum capacity of the canal would be around 80 million tons per year. In 2015, canal traffic reached 340.8 million tons of shipping. It goes up. That's over 4 times. That's over 4 times. In not even 100 years, it was 4 times better than they anticipated. It goes up. There's nothing but benefits to that whole thing. And it's not even the biggest W. Vessel draft restrictions on the Panama Canal by locks, 2022 to 2024. Nice. To increase capacity, a number of improvements have been made to maximize the use of the locking system. Implementation of an enhanced lock lighting system. See, this is all that engineering stuff that I'm saying, like they've figured out stuff in the past 100 years, 110 years. Like this is that. Construction of 2 tie-up stations in Culebra Cut, widening Culebra Cut from 192 to 218 meters. Man, this meter and feet game is messing with me. Improvements to the tugboat fleet. Got a little tugboat. Implementation of the carousel lockage system in Gutton locks. Development of an improved vessel scheduling system. Deepening of Gutton Lake navigation channels from, yeah, see, this is all of the engineering stuff that I was talking about since been pimping. To 34 to 37 feet PLD, modifications of all lock structures to allow an additional draft of about 1 foot, deepening of the Pacific and Atlantic entrances, construction of a new spillway in Gatton for flood control. These improvements enlarge the capacity from 300 million PCUMS in, I could tell somebody else wrote this because now they're writing it differently, in 2008 to 340. Alright, so it increased. It increased a little bit. It increased a little bit. Was that like 12%? Was that like a 12% increase in 4 years? These improvements were started before the New Locks project and are complementary to it. Maximum ship size for the Panama and the Suez canals, as well as the Strait of Malacca. Maliki. Yo, the Suez Canal is located over there? Hold on. That's where the Suez Canal is located at? Is in this little diagram right here. I thought the Suez Canal, didn't they say it was in Nicaragua? Didn't they say it was over there? Hold on. The Suez Canal is over there. Hold on. Let me. Suez Canal is right here. Yo. Yo. Yo, what color should I make for the Suez Canal? You know what I mean? Screw it. I mean, according to this map, the Suez Canal is located like somewhere right here. You know what I mean? Regardless of where it's at, it's somewhere over here. You know what I mean? Like it's addressing that area of the world. Yo, this whole time I thought the Suez Canal was somewhere in Europe. And then I thought it was in Central America. You know what I mean? Because they brought homeboy in who worked on the Suez Canal from France. So I was like, alright, it gotta be somewhere over in Europe because it was a French dude. Here, let me, like, you see that? See that big old circle I just drew right there? Like, the Suez Canal is located somewhere over there. Like they built the Suez Canal. And then remember, the Suez Canal had a problem. You know what I mean? Like, Buddy didn't account for something, then they had a problem. And then that's when the Panamanians were like, yo, you gotta give us ours. You gotta give us ours. We don't wanna have no problem. You know what I mean? Panamanians sound like me, and now I know where I get it. I'll be like, I don't want no problem. I don't want no problem. Just give me what's mine. Just give me what's mine. I don't want no problem. You know what I mean? Now I see where I get it from. You see what I'm saying? This is the difference between me and you. This why your wife like me. Nice. All right. Competition, you know. But the only thing you got to worry about your competition is while you making that, they're gonna be like over there with their squeaky door. You know what I'm saying? And then they're gonna try to make their prices more attainable while like propagandizing your prices before it comes out during that 5 to 10 year, you know, construction project. And then when you launch your project, you're gonna want to immediately begin to, you know, make as much revenue as you can. So your prices are gonna have to be high, while their prices, they're gonna lower them just for the sake of competition. But sooner or later, they're gonna need to up their prices, and you're gonna need to lower your prices, because you will have started to satiate your investors. The trade will be going all right, and at the end of the day, since that problematic pinch point, that's such a big argument that got everybody so scared, is in a warfaring, 1,000-year, never-ending warfaring state, you know what's gonna end up over there, where yours is not a warfaring state. Then the pricing won't even matter. You'll eventually even out. Y'all are gonna have the same prices, and then people ain't gonna want to deal. People ain't even gonna want to deal with a problematic area. They got mines in that area. They're like, I don't want to blow up. I don't want to blow up over there. Like, you know what I mean? Like they got some stuff over there. Like, psh, nah, I'm cool. I'll just take the lift over here. I'll just take the lift over here. You know what I mean? You can eliminate a problem without hurting nobody. That's all I'm saying. Still don't want to listen to me. Still don't want to listen to me. Is it the haircut? Is it the haircut? I don't want to listen to him. I don't want to listen to him. Look at that haircut. Look how many buttons he has. Look how many buttons he has done. On his shirt. Competition. The canal faces increasing competition from other quarters because canal tolls have risen as ships have become larger. Some critics have suggested that the Suez Canal is now a viable alternative for cargo between Asia and the U.S. East Coast. The Panama Canal, however, continues to serve more than 144 of the world's trade routes, and the majority of the canal traffic comes from the all-water route from Asia to the U.S. East Coast. Oh wait, U.S. East and the Gulf Coast. There we go. So that's the only thing. Yeah, I wonder where that Suez Canal is located, honestly. Because if the Suez Canal is located along that western bank, then, you know what I mean? Then you're Gucci. If the Suez Canal is located on that western bank, because you know how good I am at geography, you're Gucci. I'm just going to say that. I'm not even going to look into it. An alternative route through Nicaragua and Lake Nicaragua has been proposed. I told you. On the 15th of June 2013, Nicaragua awarded Hong Kong-based HKND Group a 50-year concession to develop a canal through the country. In February 2018, analysts widely viewed the project as defunct, though the head of the project insisted work was ongoing. In April of 2018, HKND Group closed its offices, leaving no forwarding address or telephone numbers to be reached. Yo, somebody shut that one down real quick. Somebody shut that one down real quick. Somebody shut that one down real quick. The increasing rate of melting of ice in the Arctic Ocean has led to... Really? Man, this ain't one of those, man. I like my ad revenue. Don't do that to me. Yo, I'm just reading over here. I'm drawing pictures and I'm reading. The increasing rate of melting ice in the Arctic Ocean has led to speculation that the Northwest Passage or Arctic Bridge may become viable for commercial shipping. This route would save 93,000 kilometers or 5,800 miles on the route from Asia to Europe, compared with the Panama Canal, possibly leading to a diversion of some traffic to that route. However, such a route is beset by unresolved territorial issues and would still hold significant problems owing to ice. Yo, I don't even know what that thing just said. I don't think it applies to you. You know what I mean? We're talking about eliminating a problematic area with a non-violent solution. trade and economic impact of the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal has been a vital conduit for global trade since its completion in 1914 by inking the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean. Right? The canal has significantly reduced maritime travel time and cost, facilitating economic growth and international commerce. Over the past century, the canal has evolved through expansions and policy changes, further strengthening its role in global trade networks. It is an integral part of the global maritime transportation network. And you could be too, Emiratis. Are you listening? Are you listening? The expansion of the Panama Canal, completed in 2016, allowed for a transit of larger Neo-Panamax ships, nearly tripling its previous capacity. This development had profound impact on global trade routes, particularly for container ships, liquefied natural gas carriers, and bulk commodities. By accommodating larger vessels, the canal has helped reduce transportation costs for major exporters such as the United States, China, and Japan. Shout out to Hello Kitty. Additionally, it has shifted trade dynamics by increasing the viability of East Coast ports in the United States, which have experienced higher traffic as a result of the expansion. The Panama Canal plays a central role in the global commerce. Over 5,000 of the world trade passes through the canal annually, with key commodities including grain, petroleum products, and manufactured goods. The canal, this is all that stuff I don't even know about, but this is all that stuff, that everybody talk about. The canal is particularly essential for trade between the Asia and America, serving as a crucial transit route for all cargoes, including automobiles, consumers, electronics, and raw materials. The economic benefit of the canal extends beyond global trade, significant impacting of the Panamanian economy. The Panama Canal Authority generates substantial revenue through tolls and fees, contributing to Panama's GDP growth and infrastructure development. Since the canal's transfer from the United States to Panama in 1999, revenues have been reinvested into national development projects, including ports, logistics hubs, and free trade zones. The canal's expansion has also improved employment and stimulated investment in the surrounding economic zones within Panama. That could be you. That could be you. That could be you. Like, some of y'all doing good, but not all of y'all is doing good. That could be you. And the whole world would be watching, and they'd be like, dang, look at how they took care of that problematic area. You know what I mean? You start weighing the cost of a problematic area against your probably higher than the competitive cost when you initially launch this after a 5 to 10 year construction project. Like, you see how you're going to be making money. This whole article has been nothing but everything goes up. Everything goes up. And your biggest W is eliminating a problematic area. A little pinch zone. Little pinch zone argument. I'm arguing. I'm using this. I'm using this as an argument. Right here. I control everything. Everything right here. Pinch point argument. Yeah, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Like movement. The ship's submerged volume is not relevant to the amount of water. Oh, okay. It's talking about the levels in that little depiction over here. Yeah, I wonder how much of a water pump system you can make out of that island in order to feed the canal. You know what I mean? If rain isn't an issue, that means that rain is an issue. If rain helps supply water in that tropical zone, as opposed to your non-tropical zone, you know, you would need to supplement that with a some sort of pump system. But like I said, you're making an island. You might as well use that island. You know what I mean? You got two big bodies of water right there. During the dry season, when there is less rainfall, there is also a shortage in water in Gatton Lake. Alright, so those depictions are the basically the seasons. Alright. It is what it is. And who knows, maybe it does rain out there and I just don't know about it. Maybe it does rain out there and I just don't know about it. You know, weather's changing like crazy every day. You start getting rain. It'll rain for you one day. As a signatory to the 2000 United Nations Global Compact and members of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, the ACP developed an environmentally and socially sustainable program for expansion, which protects the aquatic and terrestrial resources of the canal watershed. The expansion uses 3 water savings basins at each new lock, diminishing water loss. It also preserves freshwater resources along the waterways by reusing 60% of the water from the basins in the locks in each transit. It's just rehashing what it already talked about in that other depiction where it talked about the system and all that. But now it's just talking about it from the water's end, as opposed to the water pump system end that the engineers made. I wonder how much you could use the current of the water. You know what I mean? In order to guarantee a water flow. You know, that way you can keep the pressure up, and as long as you're keeping the pressure up, you can keep a reserve, and then that reserve being the thing that feeds the canal as you have, like, you know, ships run through it and water increasing, decreasing. I wonder how much you could actually use the currents and the pressure from that in order to develop. Who knows, maybe it'll be like a double reserve system. I don't know how the seasons work out there, but you know what I mean? Like a double bubble. You know what I mean? A double bubble. You have a reserve for the reserve. Your main one is the one that you use year round, while the other one is used when you know what I mean? The water's low. I wonder how that would work. I wonder how much like desalinization would be required and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. The mean sea level at the Pacific side is about 20 or 8 inches higher than that of the Atlantic side due to the differences in the ocean's conditions such as water density and weather. This is exactly what I was just talking about. Oh man. In 2015-2016 fiscal year was one of the driest periods on record, restricting ships passage. 2019 was the 5th driest year for 70 years. Temperature rise has also caused an increase in evaporation. In normal times, 36 ships can transit the canal each day, but in early December 2023, ships were backing up because only 22 ships per day could transit due to low water levels. Wow. Dang, every hour on the hour. In January 2024, 24 ships per day were allowed to transit. In 2025, the canal authorities begun plans to improve water levels in the canal by building a new dam to feed Lake Gutton. This is the type of stuff I was talking about, but I don't know how much you can build a dam. The freshwater source for canal operations. But a dam is something like what I'm talking about as far, but not really. You know what I mean? I don't know how much a dam can serve like a hydraulic system in order to keep water pumping, but you're also going to want to be able to keep water flowing so it doesn't stagnate. You know what I mean? Especially if it's seawater, you know? Third set of locks project expansion. The new Panama Canal expansion project, July 2015. So they're still working on that. An enlargement scheme of the canal was completed it's completed and officially opened in June 2017. The project came out because changes in shipping patterns, particularly the increasing numbers of larger than Panamax ships, necessitated changes to the canal for it to retain a significant market share of transit between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. By 2011, it estimated 37% of the world's container ships had become too large for the earlier canal and locks. The maximum sustainable capacity of the original canal, it was estimated 37% of the world's container ships had become too large for the earlier canal and locks. The maximum sustainable capacity of the original canal, given some relatively minor improvement, we're still rehashing this stuff, was estimated at 340 million PC UMS tons per year. It was anticipated by the capacity that would have been reached by 2012, as close to 50% of the transiting vessels were already using the full width of the locks. After a long period of consideration, an enlarging scheme to allow for the greater number of transits and the ability to handle larger ships, similarly to the third lock scheme of 1939, was recommended by the Panama's Government Canal Authority. The expansion proposal was estimated to cost a U.S. value of 5.25 billion. A billion would it be? And expected to double the canal's shipping capacity. Oh, okay. By allowing both the passage of longer and wider post-Panamax ships, with an increase of overall traffic. This proposal was approved in a national referendum by about 80% on the 22nd of October 2006. Ha! Yo. That's when I went to college. That's exactly when I went to college. That's exactly when I entered college. Yo. College educated. I'm college educated, can't you tell? Look at that. 17 years old, going to college. Look at me, all 17 years old, going to college. They were over here approving. The Panama Canal enlargement project. Look at my life. Look at my life. You know what I mean? Look at my life. I'm educated. There we go. Really? Okay. Look at my life. The canal expansion began in 2007. There were numerous engineering aspects to the project, including the excavation of material and construction of the new locks. I already did that. On the 3rd of September 2007, thousands of Panamanians stood across from the Paraiso Hill in Panama to witness a huge initial explosion and launch of the expansion program. The first phase of the project. Well, I mean, how much do we need to talk about the expansion of this project? I mean, if you just go ahead and start building to today's standards, you're not going to have to worry about what, you know what I mean, upgrading your standards for another like 50 years. You know what I mean? At least. You know what I mean? Because with increased trade, there's going to be an increase in boat size. You ain't going to have to worry about that for another 50 to 100 years. You know what I mean? I don't even know how much I need to read all this. You know what I mean? Dry excavations, wide trench connecting, removing parts from the Pacific coast, get a Belgian dredging company involved. You see what I'm saying? An Italian Panamanian company. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like at that point, you've already 50 and 100 years from now, you'll already be recouping. 50 to 100 years from now, by the time you're going to need to increase the size of your canal, if you only aim for 25% increase from the Panama Canal of today, you know, it'll be 50, 100 years before you need to increase it again. And by that point, you will have already, like, made all your money back and then some. And you will have already increased your relations internationally and all that. And by the time you need to do a project like this, you could already recruit your best and brightest allies to go ahead and help you with, you know what I mean? All that stuff, all that excavation, yada yada. You know what I mean? I just draw pictures. I draw pictures. You know what I mean? I just draw pretty pictures. I just compose color. That's all I do. But all that stuff. I'll skip that paragraph. In January 2014, a contract dispute threatened the progress of the project. Oh no, there was a delay in less than 2 months, however, with work by the consortium members reaching goals by June 2014. In June 2015, flooding of the new locks began, first on the Atlantic side, then on the Pacific. By then, the canal's re-inauguration was slated for April 2016. On March 23rd, 2016, the expansion inauguration was set for June 26, 2016. The Neo-Panamax ships crossing through the Agua Clara locks. Ah, nice. Interesting. Yeah, man. I wonder how much, like, at the beginning of this article, they said that the Panama Canal was the 7th wonder of the world. And, you know, you can possibly become the 8th wonder with engineering feats like this. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just thinking about my own world building. I'm getting trapped thinking about my own world building. Like check me out. Check me out. Like, you can't see this part because this is a Patreon exclusive. You know what I mean? Like, it's edited so you can't see it, but I was just thinking about ports, and I'm looking at that picture, and I'm just like, so that's what they got going on. Huh. Where you at? Where you at? I know you're around here somewhere. You gotta be around here somewhere. Where you at? Where is this picture I'm looking for at? Oh, I must have passed it already. Dang. Here we go. Yeah, I was thinking about this stuff down here. I was thinking about this one particularly. Let me see, I got the world map. Yeah. So I was thinking about things over here. Huh. Thinking about, because everything that I'm working on right now as far as concept art goes, I've started working on concepts that pertain to the map that I started last summer, if you remember. If you know what I did last summer. If you know what I did last summer, you know that I started working on the next map after that one. And you know that I stopped working on that map so that way I could finish the comic. Now that the comic's finished, I started working on concepts to go ahead and start working on that map again. And that's what I've been doing on the Patreon, G-Mr. Draw on Patreon. Go ahead and do that. But yeah, I'm looking at these pictures and I'm looking at that and I'm just like, okay, so this is all the stuff that they have going on. You know what I mean? Environment, concept art, and stuff like that. So if any of this like is interesting to you and all that, like, get a commissioned here on Patreon. You get that invite to those exclusive live streams. And then yeah, it's chill. It's a chill vibe. But yeah, just looking at the you know, reading this and thinking about the amount of work that goes behind these things. You know, those are all things that I think about in my, you know what I mean, story. Am I still alive? I don't even know. Okay, I think I am. It's lagging heavy right now. What's going on? Oh man. Oh no. Am I still live? Alright. I think I am. It looks like I am, so. Alright. But yeah, now that I'm working on like mega structures and all that other stuff, it's like really isn't all that complex. The human element is super complex. You know, conquering nature, that's super complex. But as far as like the concepts behind all these things, they're actually pretty simple. Put the hot stuff in the hot place, right? The expansion was completed in substance in 2016. The expanded canal was a maximum sustainable capacity of about 600 million PCUMS tons per year. 600, that's way more than the 340. That's way more than the 340. Whoa. Tolls continue to be calculated based on the vessel's tonnage and, in some cases, depend on the locks used. The new locks began. Oh, I like how they're calling them locks instead of dreadlocks. The new locks began commercial traffic on the 26th of June 2016, and the first ship to cross the canal use a third set of the locks was modern Neo-Panamax vessel, the Chinese-owned container ship Costco Shipping Panama. You could have got a little bit more creative with that one. With an official formal opening in 2017, the original locks, now over 100 years old, allow engineers greater access for maintenance and are projected to continue operating indefinitely. After the construction of new locks, in addition to the already existing ones, to date, the ship with the largest dimensions transiting the Panama Canal new sideway had the following dimensions: 366.5 length by 48.25 meters in width, and about 15 meters draft. You know, it is what it is. The total cost is unknown since the expansion contractors are seeking at least an additional US value of $3.4 billion from the Canal Authority due to excess expenses. So they did the project, and then after the project they were like, hey, so you know, we lost a few screws while we were working on this project. So we had to order more screws. You could float us that 3.4 bill. This picture over here, the new Agua Clara locks on the Atlantic side in operation. They're looking good too. Looking good too. Look how good that looks. The expansion plan include what? That's the expansion plan include? That's a typo. It's either expansion plans include or expansion plan includes. Let me try this. The expansion plan include 2 new flights. The expansion plan include. Yeah, nah, that's a typo. Wikipedia. Come on. Come on. Wikipedia doesn't reflect, you know what I'm saying, of the Andrew Gloucester. You know what I'm saying. Alright. Typo aside. The expansion plan includes 2 new flights of locks built parallel to and operated in addition to the old locks. 1 east of the existing Gatton locks and 1 southwest of the Miraflores locks, each supported by approach channels. Each flight ascends from the sea level directly to the level of Gatton Lake. The existing 2-stage ascent at Miraflores and Pedro Miguel locks was not replicated. The new lock chambers feature sliding gates doubled for safety and are 1,400 feet long, 180 feet wide, and 60 feet deep. This allows for transit of vessels with a beam of up to 160 feet, an overall length of up to 1,200 feet, and a draft of up to 50 feet, 49 feet, whatever. Equivalent to the container. You know, I don't want to sit there and say 50 feet and then, you know what I mean, a vessel comes in at 49.5 feet thinking that they're good, and all of a sudden the top is getting ripped off because, you know what I mean, it's 49 feet, not 50 feet. Oh, you can't be loose with these numbers. Equivalent to the container ship carrying around 12,000 containers, each 20 foot in length, TEU. The new locks are supported by the new approach channels, including a 3.9-mile channel at Miraflores from the locks to the Galliard Cut, skirting Miraflores Lake. Each of these channels is 720 feet wide, which will require post-Panamax vessels to navigate the channels in one direction at a time. The Galliard Cut and the channel through Gatton Lake. I wonder if that's another typo. I thought it was Galliard. Now it's saying Gaillard. Did they put the I in the wrong next to the wrong A? Anyway. Oh man. 6.5 hours. We're at 6.5 hours. Why is the internet? Why is my internet all of a sudden? Alright, gotta sit here and double check everything and make sure. Alright. I think I'm still live. It looks like it. It's showing me that I am. It looks like it's struggling. Yo, we gonna get to the video edit soon. We're just playing catch up. This is Plantsy. We're talking about Plantsy. This is all important stuff. You know what I mean? I'm talking about reuse basins and all that other stuff. Might actually help with the double bubble system that I was talking about. Anyways, environmental and ecological consequences. We're about 2/3 through this. You know what I mean? Environmental and ecological consequences. The Panama Canal, one of the most important choke points in I can't make this stuff up, man. I do it live. I can't make this up. You see how they're calling it one of the most important choke points in global trade? Do you see how they're calling it one of the most important choke points in global trade? Sound familiar? Question mark. Emiratis. I don't know what you're known for, but you're known for something, and you could be known for something else, and it could be a good thing. The Panama Canal, one of the most important choke points in global trade, has caused many environmental and ecological problems since it was built and expanded. These problems include deforestation. I don't know how much you need to worry about that. The spread of invasive species. I don't know how much you need to worry about that. Water and air pollution and water shortage. That's probably something you should focus, right? For sure on. Deforestation in the Panama Canal drainage basins has been a problem for decades. In 1978, researchers said that the clearing the forests in the drainage basin might kill the canal. By 1985, the forested area had dropped to 30%. As of 2000, deforestation from the human population growth and land degradation and erosion continue to harm the ecosystem. Deforestation causes erosion, which raises the bottom of the Gatun and the Alajuela lakes, shout out to Abuela, and lowers their ability to hold water. I see. These lakes are very important for both the canal operation and the local water supply. Interesting. Whoa. I mean, at that point, they're talking about mass and weight. Like natural mass and natural weight. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's crazy. Whoa. Okay. The Panama Canal has made it easier for invasive species to move between oceans. When the canal was expanded it's made it easier. Expanded in 2016 with the third set of locks, global trade increased, and so did the spread of invasive species. These species cling to the ship and move from nice. They're like remora fish or whatever they call them. These species cling to the ship and move from one place to another, something that without the boats they would not have been able to do. One example is the Asian green mussel, first found in Caribbean waters in the late 1990s, which was spread through the canal. This invasive species can harm local ecosystems and compete with native species. See, I don't think that that's going to be a problem for you because you already have ships trading through. Whatever they're carrying. Whatever invasive species they brought with them, you've already dealt with them. So, I mean, you know what I mean? I don't think you're going to be running into anything like that that's new. Ships passing through the canal regularly pollute the water. For example, in 1986, a crude oil spill east of the Caribbean entrance to the canal killed plants and invertebrates in the area. Not the invertebrates. The shipping industry also releases emissions of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. The Panama Canal, as a choke point, has a lot of heavy traffic and delays, which leads to burning more fuel and producing more emissions than needed. These emissions are a major concern because they contribute to the climate change and increase environmental problems. I mean, that's something everybody be talking. Everybody be talking about that. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna stop talking about that. They ain't gonna stop talking about that. And like I said, you already got ships running through there doing it, so you know what I mean? Whatever happened to those machines that people made? There was a machine someone invented a while back, talking like 15 years ago maybe. A while back, maybe 20 years ago. Somebody invented a machine, literally pulls the carbon dioxide out of the air like kind of like the physical pollutant particles, and then like condenses them because it's carbon, condenses it, and then makes diamonds out of it. Like they were literally, they invented a machine that just pulls the polluted air and makes diamonds. I remember seeing that and I was like, oh, it's over, it's over, it's over. And then I never heard about it again. And then I never heard about it again. I mean, people so concerned with polluted air. Specifically, you know what I mean? The carbon pollution. Why didn't that one take off? Why didn't that one take off like 15 years ago? I thought diamonds was just gonna be a regular thing. I thought diamonds was just gonna be a regular thing by this point, you know what I mean? Gold would have been more valuable than diamonds at that point, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it was the diamond market. Maybe the diamond market didn't want diamonds to become more commonplace. Dude, I think about those machines. Like at least once a year. At least once a year I think about that machine. I'm like, what happened to that machine that you suck the carbon out of the air and then make a diamond for you eventually? It's not like a quarter machine where it just, you know what I mean, you pop a quarter in and then you get a diamond. It was more like, you know, it took time to, you know what I mean? I think about that thing like once a year. The Panama Canal uses a lot of fresh water from the Gatun Lake, which in Panama City's primary source of potable water. For each ship that passes through, about 200 million liters, 52 million gallons of fresh water are needed. The water use has serious environmental and social impacts. During a drought in 2019, Gatun Lake water levels dropped to historic lows because so much water was being used for the canal. Yeah, see, again, I don't know how much of that would be a problem for you, since we're talking about 100% like ocean water. At least as far as the map that I have, but the map that I have doesn't have any lakes on it, so I don't know if there's any lakes in that peninsula area that would alleviate the amount of dredging that would need to be done. But yeah, if there's no natural water source, then like you're just dealing with ocean water. Like, so that, you know what I mean? You wouldn't be running into that problem either. Planned Indio River Reservoir. In response to severe drought conditions that significantly impacted the Panama Canal's operation in 2023-2024, the Panama Canal Authority, ACP, announced plans to construct a new reservoir on the Indio River. The project aims to augment the canal's water supply and ensure consistent operations amid increasing climate variability. The reservoir, that was the word I should have been using before. I was talking about a double bubble, but a reservoir is kind of like something like what I was talking about, but an oceanic reservoir, you know what I mean? Hence the double bubble name. The reservoir, estimated to cost $1.6 billion, will include a dam and hold approximately 1.25 billion cubic meters of water. It is expected to provide water for up to 15 additional daily transits during the dry season and support over half of the Panama's population with drinking water. This development followed a Panamanian Supreme Court decision in 2023 that redefined the legal boundaries of the canal's watershed, enabling water projects like the Indio River Reservoir to proceed beyond the traditional limits. Shout out to Panama. Tight work. Like, yeah, I don't know how much that would be a thing. How much that would be a thing for y'all as far as like the fresh water part. You know what I mean? But a reserve would be that. A reserve was what I was talking about, like a dam system and a reserve system and a pump system in order to fuel the canal. And that's why I was talking about how much like ocean current would be able to feed and filter said double bubble dam reservoir pump. action. You see what I'm saying? The project has also raised social and environmental concerns as it could displace an estimated 2,000 people and submerge local villages. An ACP has begun public consultations to explore mitigation strategies and compensation plans for affected communities. Yeah. That was the one thing that I didn't talk about when I was drawing my pictures. I was going to, and maybe I'll do that as soon as I'm done reading this thing. I didn't know this page was going to be so, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But yeah, that was something I was thinking about, was the displacement of it. But I was like, Panama doesn't have that much landmass, hence the reason why they cut the canal in the first place. But they're still displacing somebody and some things, right? So naturally I was sitting there thinking like, this construction project would displace some bodies and some things, right? Like that was something I was thinking about. But at the same time, I'm like, also, like, it only goes up. It only goes up. It only goes up. So you know what I mean? To see that they're kind of covering things like this already means that there's already a history of it. Never mind the original project. You know what I mean? As opposed to these just being the expansion projects. There's already a history of, like, you know what I mean? How to take care of that stuff. You know? You just gotta learn. You just gotta learn from history and all that. Construction is expected to begin in 2027 and take approximately 6 years to complete. Wow. Oh, see, so here's that thing I was talking about. They got a picture of it. The proposed Nicaragua Canal in red is north. Yo, where did I draw mine? Hold on, where did I draw mine? Yo, Mousy. Mousy, it's me and you, girl. Hold on. Yeah, I pretty much got it in the right place. Hey, look at me. Look at me. And look at the Nicaragua cut. Look at the Nicaragua. The Nicaragua cut. It's exactly like where I said it was. Remember when I was drawing pictures over here, I was like, yo, the Nicaragua cut is probably like this way or that way. I was like, they went to go do it one of the two ways. I was right on the first try. Look at me. Look at me. I'm educated. Look at us. We just a couple of dragons out here. Just a couple of dragons and dragon slayers out here. Alright. Other proposed competing canal and rail routes. So this is the thing that I was talking about before. You know, you can eliminate the competition by bringing them in on a little bit of the revenue, whether it's decreasing the amount that you're charging them, like what Panama did for the US. You know what I mean? The US having some influence over the Panama Canal can go ahead and alleviate some of that for, you know what I mean, China. That was Plan BBB. You were supposed to bring them a beef and bean burrito, and you didn't do that. Now they're Salem witch trial pointing fingers. You know what I mean? How'd that work out for you, man? You don't listen to me eventually. We're only on Plan C. On the 7th of July 2014, Wang Jing, chairman of the HK Nicaragua Canal Development Investment Company Limited, HKND Group. This is the one that ghosted the project. Man, they ghosted the project. Let me read the last sentence. By 2018, the canal project was widely viewed as defunct. Yeah, see, I don't even need to read that one. Colombia Rail Link. In 2011, Colombia's then president Juan Manuel Santos announced a proposal for a 137-mile railway between Colombia's Pacific and Caribbean coasts. However, in 2015, the director of the Colombia-China Chamber of Commerce said the proposal was mentioned in 2011 and subsequently had minimal relevance. As of 2025, the project is still only in the proposal stage. Yeah, see, Colombia thinking about doing it. You know what I mean? They trying to get in on it. Like, everybody trying to get in on this game. But really, like, it's defunct and it's not worth it because it's like the Panama Canal is right there. You know, with Nicaragua, the Panama Canal is right there. With Colombia, the Panama Canal is right there. But Emiratis, y'all all the way over there. Y'all, man. Let me all the way over here. Hold on, let me. Y'all are all the way over there. That's where you're at. You see that? Y'all are all the way over there. You see what I mean? Like Nicaragua don't make no sense. Colombia don't make no sense. They don't want to make no sense. Everybody like that don't make no sense. It's defunct. It's defunct. People making proposals, they're like, I defunct that proposal. See what I'm saying? Y'all all the way over here. You know what I mean? Yo, they did a comedy show right there. They did a comedy show over there. There we go. Your plan is defunct. Nice. Alright. So yeah, those proposals don't make sense because of their location. Your proposal makes sense, or my proposal to you is what I'm saying makes sense. All I want is 1%. You know what I mean? All I want is 1% moving forward in perpetuity. You know what I mean? It only goes up. And I'm only asking for 1%. That's it. That's it. You know what I mean? Look at me making sense to you. Look at me making sense to you. Interoceanic corridor of the Isthmus and Tehuantepec. How much does that matter? The Interoceanic Corridor of the Isthmus and Tehuantepec, CIIT, by its initials in Spanish, is primarily a railway with the Tren Interoceanico, Tren Interoceanico. Oh man. To transport cargo and passengers from the Pacific. Hey, hold on. Don't do that. I don't think that one's coming back this time, right? Hold on. Let me. Oh yeah, that only strengthens the light over here. I thought it was gonna balance the light out a little bit more. I thought it was gonna balance the light out. It's like, oh no, it It's just more light from this direction. Alright. There we go. With the tren, how do you pronounce tren? How is that a Spanish word? Tren. Interaciónico. To transport cargo and passengers from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic. This is how you know people don't know how to spell nothing no more. You know what I mean? They just starting to put words together, and it's like, man, that's not even part of the language. Work started in 2019 and it opened for passenger services in December 2023, with all the works related to it having begun operation by July 2024. The corridor is expected to have certain advantages over the Panama Canal, such as its speed, being able to transport cargo from one ocean to another in about 6 hours, half the time, really. They going all the way north with it. And its location being closer to the United States than Panama. Really? Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Hold on. Ah. Hold on. I mean, yeah, the landmass is closer to the United States, but the location of the canal, you're not going to put a canal all the way out there. The location of the canal is going to be further away from the United States. That don't make no sense. Your plan is defunct. Your proposal is defunct. But like, look at people trying to make arguments. But the landmass is closer. But it's like, nah, but we're not cutting all the way through that. It doesn't make any sense. How can the passage time be half the time all the way up there while connecting the two oceans? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The only place that it could make sense is further away from the country. Your proposal is defunct. See, this is what I mean when I say like Wikipedia don't, you know, the opinions and expressions on Wikipedia don't reflect that of, you know, the Andrew Koshesky experience. The Oceanic Corridor. The corridor is expected to have certain advantages over the Panama Canal, such as its speed, being able to transport cargo from the ocean to the other side in about 6 hours, and it's located being closer to the United States than Panama, in addition to the proposed creation of 10 industrial parks in the isthmus with various tax benefits to encourage private investment. However, despite being often described as a potential alternative competitor to the Panama Canal, the ambassador of Panama and Mexico, Alfredo Oranges, no, your name is Alfredo and Oranges? Okay. Alfredo Oranges and the former director of the CIIT, Rafael Marin Melanero. have stated that they do not see the CIIT in this way, and they prefer to see it as a complement to the Panama Canal, which could relieve the intense traffic. Yo, leave it. Yo. These dudes is nasty. These dudes is nasty. A compliment to the Panama Canal. Nuh-uh. Which could relieve the intense traffic to the canal has to cope with. See, I'm not gonna sit there. Like y'all been listening to me for like going on 7 hours now. Going on 7 hours. Not once have I said like, oh, you're gonna compliment the there's one gnat flying around here. You're gonna compliment the whatever's going on in that in little pinch point argument that's not gonna work. You know what I mean? The little pinch point argument. Not once. I'm not gonna sit there and lie to you. I'm not gonna sit there and lie to people. I'm not gonna sit there and lie. I'm not gonna sit there and lie. Like, not once have I said that this is a compliment. I said, nah, you are eliminating a problematic area peacefully. You are peacefully eliminating a problematic area. You see what I'm saying? And you know what? At the end of the day, you're making it quicker too. At the end of the day, you're making it quicker too. You don't even gotta go around the bend or the turn. You just cutting right through there. You just cutting right through there. See what I mean? See what I mean? Straight up, I told you what you could tell them. I told you what you could tell them. What I say? You gonna sit on the island and you gonna have your feet up and you gonna be like, yo, you can have that there. You can have that there. See what I mean? When I talk about like shiesty people and all this stuff, like everybody got everybody so scared. Like yo, people are shiesty out here. Compliment the Panama Canal. Get out of here. It's gonna be more south than the Panama Canal, further away from the United States. It's gonna be it being more south. It doesn't serve any other countries. You know, you are not. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. You know what I mean? That is a Miamian mismanaging a project. That's what they do in Miami. You know what I'm saying? This South Florida Tri-County over here. I know something about something, and I'll tell you about the Tri-County. That is a Miami project manager right there. That is a project manager in Miami. Shiesty. Yo, shiesty. They said they. But like, what kind of compliments you giving the Panama Canal? I want to hear these compliments. I want to see them written down on paper. I want to see the compliment that you giving the Panama Canal by making this inferior product that's that's useless. That's useless, man. It's not serving nothing. It's not serving nothing. Like, yo, can you imagine? Yo, are we back? Are we back? You're not blinking and winking on me. Yo. So rude. How dare you? How dare you? Master key to Panama Canal and honorary pilots. You know what I mean? See, now you get to throw people some you know, decorations and stuff. Remember when I was reading a few hours ago and they were decorating people with they were decorating people with some, what do they call that? What do they call that? Dang. Yeah. The Roosevelt Medal. Theodore Roosevelt. Remember they were giving people the Roosevelt Medal? See, you could bring back the Roosevelt Medal. Teddy Roosevelt rolling in his grave laughing at me. He said, man, you thought I was the other Teddy Roosevelt. Like, you could bring back the Teddy Roosevelt Medal. You know what I mean? That could be one of your salutes to the U.S. You know what I mean? Brought to you by yours truly. You know what I mean? Bring back the Teddy Roosevelt Medal. Master key to Panama Canal and honorary pilots. During the last 100 years, the Panama Canal Authority has granted membership. Oh! What? I must have clicked on something while I was scrolling. Look at that. No, now look at it. It's over. It's over. Clicked on something on accident. Now it's over. During the last 100 years, the Panama Canal Authority has granted memberships in the esteemed order of bearers of the Master Key of the Panama Canal, and appointed a few honorary lead pilots to employees, captains, and dignitaries. One of the most recent was U.S. Federal Maritime Commissioner Luis Sola, who was awarded for his work for supporting seafarers during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is Wikipedia talking. I did not, the Wikipedia's expressions, concerns are not that of, you know, I like my ad revenue. Do not do that. Don't do it. How dare you? During the, you know what I mean, and previously transiting the canal more than 100 times on the date of the 25th of April, 2006. Man, that was 20 years ago. Was awarded the title of Panama Canal Honorary Pilot, the senior captain, Rafael Menditoro, an Italian citizen, an unlimited ocean-going shipmaster, senior grade of the former Italian governmental navigation company known as the Italian Line. This award was also given to Commodore Ronald Warwick, a British citizen, in 2014. A former master of the Cunard liners, Queen Elizabeth II, and RMS Queen Mary II, who has traversed the canal more than 50 times. Dang. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I guess that's that. Everything else is just references. Further reading, construction and technical issues. Yeah, military. Panama fever. Conquering landscape. Diplomatic and political history. Here we go. This will be worth reading. Hey, we're down at the bottom. We're down at the bottom. Down in the bottom. Down in the bottom. Gilboa, A10. The Panama Invasion Revisited. Lessons for the Use of Force in the Post-Cold War Era. Political Science Quarterly. Julie Green, The Canal Builders, Making America's Empire at the Panama Canal. Michael J. Hogan, or J. Michael Hogan, Theodore Roosevelt and the Heroes of Panama. Yo, Roosevelt was an animal. Presidential Studies Quarterly. Walter Lefebvre, The Panama Canal, The Crisis in Historical Perspective. Putting the canal on the map. Panamanian agenda setting and the 1973 Security Council meetings. John Major, Prized Possession, the United States and the Panama Canal. Yeah, see, that's why I took a 95-year slide to pass pass that one over. It was a little prized possession right there. You're right. You're right. 95-year pass. Microphone Vic ain't got nothing on that. Yo. Carlos Yu and Noel Morar. The Big Ditch. How America took, ran, and ultimately gave away the Panama Canal. You know, hey, we just talked about it. Panamanian politics. Yo, am I still live? Am I still live? Why is my internet? Why is everything tripping right now? Stop tripping. Stop tripping. We get into the video edit soon. We're just playing catch up. This is Plantsy. This is Plantsy. We're playing catch up. We're playing catch up. This is just Plantsy. Get into the video edit soon. You know what I mean? I'm helping the Emiratis. You know what I mean? In return, they're gonna give me 1%. You know what I mean? After, in about 5-10 years, start recouping on, you know, all that. The United States of Panamanian politics. The intriguing formative years. Peter Sanchez. Panama lost? U.S. hegemony, democracy, and the canal. University Press of Florida. Hey, shout out to Florida. Peter M. Sanchez. The end of hegemony? Panama and the United States. International Journal on World Peace. Come on, man. Look at that. That's the last thing in the whole article. I can't make this up. If your aim is not world peace, you do not talk. You get to eliminate a problematic area without any bodies. Come on. You get to eliminate a problematic area without creating any bodies. I create the bodies. I don't raise the bodies. Name that movie. Name that movie. It's one of my brother's favorite lines in a movie. I create the bodies. I don't raise the bodies. Name that movie. That's one of my brother's favorite lines in a movie. So you see what I mean? Plan C. Get to put your feet up. You only need a defense force. You don't need to run any sort of offensive initiative. Gonna increase trade. And any sort of issues that come with trade are actually gonna be a non-issue for you, Emiratis, because you already got trade running through there. You know, I feel like everything that you may need to know has already been addressed. Like I said, the biggest issues that I was thinking about is the dam system, you know, reservoir system, desalination possibilities if it's needed or required, migration planning, you know. But when your sales pitch is eliminating a problematic area peacefully, you're gonna get everyone on board. No one's gonna not want to be a part of that. You know what I mean? And you're gonna own the canal, and you're gonna allow trade to own the ports. You're gonna cut me in on 1%. Look at that. Look at that. See, now all of a sudden it's a joke, right? Now it's like, this is my argument. It's so important. We got the whole world scared. We scary. We scary over here. Yeah, okay. I'll just be over here laughing. Plantsy. It's playing catch up because you got S tier players that are 5 years behind. No wonder you don't impress me. And I don't care who you are. Compliment the Panama Canal. Man, you must be out your rabbit mind. You must be out your rabbit mind. Mm-hmm. Did I scare you? Oh my god, he's so scary. He's so scary. He's so scary. You know, am I still alive? I never know these days. Alright. It looks like I am. He's so scary. He scared me, so I go that way. He's so scary. Alright. Now to do the part that I actually came here to do. I go until I get scared. I go until I get scared. So scary. So scary. I go. Until I get scared. Me get scary, me go Swayze. Me go scary, me go Swayze. Alright. Oh dang, I didn't render none of these. Get out of here. Get out of town, I didn't render none of these. Oh. Alright, so I guess I'm just rendering then. You know what that means. While I'm rendering, I get to draw. Look at that. Look at that. You thought this was going to be a video editing. I thought it was going to be a video editing stream. But apparently it's all ready to go. I just need to render. Well, maybe these renders are going to be quick. Maybe these renders are going to be quick. Alright. I can't believe I didn't render these. Can't believe I didn't render these. Yeah, how long is it gonna take to render these things? It should take like 2 seconds, I feel like. I may not even be able to get to draw. Let's see, do I... forget about drawing. I got plenty in this book that I can color in. Right? Yo, where do crackheads go? Where do crackheads go? You know what I mean? Especially like a random crackhead. Like where do crackheads go? Oh, if you got the epileptic, put on the glasses. I don't want you to, you know what I mean? Alright. Hmm. Can't see. Dang. Dang. Nope. Maybe. There we go. Oh, look, and the rendering is already done. There we go. Alright. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yo, remember when that crackhead left earlier in the stream? Wonder where crackheads go when they go places. Remember when the crackhead moved again? As soon as I finished my little Plantsy. You know, brought to you by yours truly, only yours truly. You know, this being a sole proprietorship. Me being the only operative of my business. See how, like, Wikipedia expressions and concerns are not of mine, but my expressions of mine are my own and my businesses. You know, don't crackheads run at the funnest times? Yeah, I bet there's a crackhead saying something crazy to somebody right now. I bet there's a crackhead trying to say something right now to somebody. Crackheads be leaving at the funnest times. Is there more crackheads out here? Yo, crackheads just be sprouting up. Was there like a crack master somewhere around here? Is there like a crack master somewhere around here? Just like some sort of like necromancer, crack romancer. Was there a crack romancer somewhere around here? Just raising all these crackheads out of the woodwork, like, yo. Mm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did we lock up? Oh. Yeah, see, this is what happens every single time. This is what happens every single time. But this is gonna work. But this is gonna work. Okay. This is what happens every single time. Now, if memory serves, last time somebody was like I was faking that this stuff didn't work. They were faking just because you can't see it. Like, you can't see what I see. You're not over here with me. You can't see what I see. You know? Well, you see my my Microsoft system is locked up. You know, I can't show you. You know what I mean? It's like over here, like all of this is not working, and then same thing with this over here. Like, as I'm like trying to work on the file, like none of that is working. That's the Microsoft system, right? But everything else is working, so I can go ahead and end the stream. Even though I was gonna go for like another 14, 15 hours, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mousy, you know what I mean? I wasn't gonna brush my teeth or take a shower or nothing. And it wasn't even gonna be a sleep stream either. But yeah. So, I don't know, maybe I'll post that so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Maybe I'll post that so y'all can see what I'm talking about when I say, like, oh dang it, you're locked up, even though like this part still works. You know what I mean? So I could still do everything, you know. But the Microsoft system is just like, yo, you know what I mean? Feds failed, FBI snitching on itself, CIA failed, you're not smarter than me, local PD failed, they think they cute, they not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. gmrdrew.art, the website. Link has been there the whole time. You've been staring at it the whole time. Check it out. Links to everywhere there. Some of those links probably lead you to an account that's blocked or not working or whatever. Follow, like, and subscribe anyways. Follow, like, and subscribe. G Mr. Drew on Patreon. Get all the commission tier. Get invited to those art live streams that I be doing over there. Like I said, I'm doing under. Oh, damn, I can't even do that part. Alright. You know, I'll be over here with the slightly above average hard system, but the Microsoft system just don't want me to work. I'm over here with the slightly above average hard system. But the Microsoft system don't want to work. What's up with that, Microsoft? What's up with that, Microsoft? Why you don't want my slightly above average hard system to work?